Welcome, everyone, to something a little different. This is Dark Souls Remastered. It's, frankly, a game I've played a ton of, and, I just felt like kind of playing through it again. So, here we are, I suppose. Let's, get started. So, here is our lovable lad, who will be controlling throughout the entire game. I'm gonna keep his name very simple. We shall name him Bread. Sex, male. And now, I've played through Dark Souls 1 many times. I have probably put hundreds of hours into this game. And frankly, I've played it many times. Back in 2013, back in just about any year after it came out. I have played this game to death. I love it. So frankly, fair warning, if you're here to see me rage and get mad and die a whole bunch, well, you'll probably get that, but don't expect me to be, throwing my controller at the wall or getting mad at things. Now, frankly, I've played through this game a ton using basically just physical stuff. So like warriors, knights, your wanderer, I've done it before. So, let's do something a little different. Let's play a sorcerer. Now, if you want, could play a pyromancer. I have played through the game at level 1 before. That was super fun because it presented a very different challenge. And I've never done something like Pure Faith, but frankly, that doesn't seem a lot of fun. I've, of course, done Deprived before. Now, I guess for anyone who's never played Dark Souls, these are your starting classes. Warrior, Knight, Wanderer, Thief, Bandit, Hunter, Sorcerer, Pyromancer, Cleric, Deprived. They all do different things. The Warrior has higher strength and dex. The Knight, low-ranking Knight, high HP, solid armor, not easily toppled. The Wanderer has high dex. The Thief also has high dex, but they start with the Master Key. Bandit wields axes. As you can see, as we're picking through these, they're all at different levels, and they all have varying different stats. Vitality is your HP. You want higher hit points, you need to level your vitality. Attunement allows you to attune to different spells, kind of like something in Dungeons and Dragons, even. So with higher attunement, you can have more spells. Otherwise, endurance is how much you can equip, as in your carry load, without being over-encumbered. And it's your stamina meter. It's a very important stat, especially in this game. Later games in the series, such as like Dark Souls 3 or even Elden Ring, they don't care as much about the endurance stat as this game does, or even Dark Souls 2. Next, we have strength. It does what you'd think. It raises your physical strength. Weapons that scale with the strength stat will appreciate this. The same is true with dexterity. Usually, strength weapons are bigger, heavier, and they usually are a bit slower. Dexterity weapons are usually quicker, smaller, lighter, or ranged weapons even. Some ranged weapons do use strength, but for the majority, they use dexterity. Otherwise, we have the resistance stat, everyone's least favorite stat in this game. It raises a bunch of your resistances. If you want to be more resistant to getting poisoned, cursed, anything like that, resistance is your guy. I think it also slightly raises your defense or something, but frankly, don't ever level that. It's kind of useless. Otherwise, we have intelligence, which is your spellcasting modifying stat for sorceries. Basically, there's two different types of magic, and secretly, a third one. In this game, intelligence will boost your sorcery magic. Basically, your cut and dry, magic missile type, blue kind of bolt magic, your very simple basic spells, the things you'd think of as a wizard, right? Faith is what you would think of as clerics or priests or even say a paladin. If you want to enchant your weapon with buffs or heal yourself or do say lightning damage, faith is for you. Otherwise, the final stat there, which isn't really a stat, but I guess it is, humanity. Humanity is kind of what breaks Dark Souls 1 in a lot of ways, because it's kind of a hidden stat. You can always see it up in the top left once we actually start playing the game. There's a little number counter that keeps track of your humanity. humanity isn't a stat that you can level in the traditional sense. You need items or even enemies can drop this. Now, the big thing with humanity is that it is basically the central mechanic of the game, or at least of Dark Souls or the Souls games as a whole. Even Bloodborne kinda did this. But what it does is it allows you to become human instead of being hollowed. When you're hollowed, you can't play online. You also can't be invaded, which is quite useful. However, with this game, as we'll be seeing soon enough, we get an item called the Estus Flask, which is basically your healing potions that come back every time you die, rest at a bonfire, do whatever. It's super important that you get more of these. And in this game, in order to get more of them, you need to become a human and then kindle the bonfire to increase the maximum amount you can have per area. Humanity also has another funny little thing it does. It passively raises, I believe, every defensive stat you have and your item discovery. Having more humanity literally makes you tankier. It also affects certain other things like chaos weapons and chaos sorceries or spells later in the game. Now, something I mentioned while talking about intelligence and faith, you have sorceries and miracles. Sorceries are for intelligence, miracles are for faith. But there is a secret third casting option that the Pyromancer has here. They have what are known as pyromancies. They're fire spells that don't scale off of intelligence or faith. In fact, they don't need any stat other than humanity. Because of this, most people when they play this game will just slap on pyromancy because frankly, anyone can use it. So long as you have attunement and souls, which are essentially the currency of the game, you can be a master level pyromancer. You can even do this at level 1, which many people have done. Level 1 runs of this game are actually a lot of fun, and they offer a really interesting challenge. But anyways, point is, Hunter up to Warrior, or Warrior down to Hunter, will be more or less your physical classes. Warriors starts with a very well-rounded kit, one of the best shields in the game, and basically the best weapon in the game. The Knight gives you heavier armor with slightly worse weapons and shields. Wanderer is your standard dex character. Thief has the added benefit of having the Master Key, which I'll get into. Bandit is your funny invasion or PvP character, generally speaking. And Hunter is your ranger, more or less. He has a bow. It's pretty useful. Sorcerer is your standard spellcaster. This will become your wizard or, your high-level person later on. Pyromancers use pyromancy. They're decently well-rounded, but their starting gear is kinda awful. Clerics are what you got on the box. They have a mace, a shield, okay armor, and they cast miracles. What more could you want? Finally, there's the deprived class. They don't start with any armor, have exactly rounded stats, and start with pretty terrible items. Most people say that this is the true way to play Dark Souls. Pick Deprived if you want to have a hard, fun time and really be at the mercy of the game. Frankly, I'm inclined to agree. For most first playthroughs, I like doing Deprived. As I've said though, I've played this game several times, and I want to do something I've never done, which is play a Sorcerer. So this will be an interesting playthrough. Now that we've selected our class, we have gifts. These all do varying things. The Goddess's Blessing fully restores HP and your status ailments one time. This is a one-time use item. It's alright. Otherwise, Black Fire Bombs. This gives you a little bundle, and they do a lot of fire damage. If you want to beat the tutorial boss and get a special weapon, I would recommend starting with these. We might, but frankly, there's an item in here that's just better than everything else, and most people say just start with it, you won't regret it. Otherwise, Twin Humanities. Like I said before, humanity is a very important thing, but frankly, you can get them in so many other ways. This is kind of a waste. The other thing too I didn't mention is that using a humanity, the item itself, will fully heal you. So it's not bad. Otherwise, binoculars, they'd let you look at things up close. Basically, it's a zoom in. They aren't useful, and you can find them very early, so I wouldn't pick these. Otherwise, the pendant. It's a trinket. It has no effect, but it gives fond memories and comforts travelers. This item literally does nothing. It's just something for you to keep a hold of. It's a nice sentiment, and frankly, if you don't want to pick anything else, I would take the pendant. It's essentially the none option, but you have it in your inventory, so I like it a bit. Oh, the Master Key. This is bar none the item that everyone picks because it is frankly the best and most useful. It opens any basic lock. It's also a starting item of the Thief. So if you wanted any of these other things and didn't want to pick the Master Key, pick the Thief. Otherwise, this thing opens so many locks early in the game and opens up so many areas. Most people can't imagine playing this game without it. This is probably going to be what we pick, but I at least want to give every other item a fair shot. Otherwise, the Tiny Beings ring. It's a small ring that gives a small increased HP. It's useful, but there are other ways of getting this, and frankly, it's not wonderful. And finally, the Old Witch's Ring. It's a gift from a witch. It's an ancient ring with no obvious effect. This ring does have one effect in the game, which frankly won't come up for a very long time, and it's one specific effect. Basically, it lets you talk to one NPC in the entire game. So, if you care about that, then take it and wear it for the whole game and see who it is. Otherwise, like I said, we'll be taking the Master Key. Now, once you've selected these things, the rest are just cosmetics. How do you want your undead here to look? You can customize a whole bunch of different things here. The face, the hair color, even the hairstyle. Usually, most people leave this pretty much default. They'll just select one of these, smack any hair color, and pick whatever hairstyle they like. So I'm certain there's many sorcerers or other hollows that look exactly like this fella. Me personally, I like messing with this. I think I'll leave him average. That'll be fine. We can leave the face for now. For the hairstyle, I like leaving it shaved, and hair color we will come back to. We'll just say gold for now. Otherwise, by default, it puts you on accept. We don't want accept just yet. We want to go to customize. This will allow you to really mess with the face, and frankly, this game is kind of famous for this. If you go to create similar face, if you crank it all the way up to different, and then let's say we make them very old and extremely masculine, you can already see this is changing things. He became red and a little more yellow. Let's also make his features very strong. This will exaggerate things. Now, if we smack the Create Similar Face button, we're going to see quite a few changes very, very quickly. Dark Souls is kind of infamous and famous for having a very goofy character creator that kind of goes ballistic. Now, we could sit here all day and just mash and mash and mash until we get the funniest possible character. Frankly, I love messing with this, and I would only really recommend it if you don't want to take this game super seriously. But, I think this fella right here is, I'm sure he'll do just fine for our adventure. Otherwise, we can customize his hair in here, so, I guess let's do that. Of course, we have the classic bobbed hair. Let's do that, and let's make it, I don't know. How about silver? Sure, he looks goofy. So now when we leave, there's our beautiful sorcerer. So, yeah. The other big thing I didn't talk about, and we can go back to that, is when you choose your class, you can see their starting gear down there below Accept and Customize. They all start with very different things. As you can see, most start with a weapon and armor. Some, however, don't. such as like the Deprived. They don't have any armor, but they at least have basic weapons. Thief, of course, already starts with the Master Key, as we've gone over. And then otherwise, the Bandit starts with very basic things. Hunter starts with a bow. This is one of the few that actually it's really helpful to see the things you start with. And otherwise, Sorcerers start with a Catalyst and some spells, which is very useful. Pyromancers, similar, have a Catalyst, have some spells. Same with the Cleric. Most of them are very usable. You can get through this game as any class doing just about any build, so long as you have the patience and a little bit of know-how. Otherwise, like I said, I'm going to do a Sorcerer. Now, admittedly, while I say I'm going to be playing as a Sorcerer, I'm actually going to be making a Spell Sword Blade. I want to focus on using dex weapons for quick attacks, while buffing them with magic and being able to cast a couple other spells on the side. It'll help us out a fair bit. So, let's actually change his name just a little. He may be Bread, but he's Bread Witch. Which, yes, I know I spelled witch incorrectly. The joke is that it's like a bread sandwich. I don't know why, but I like it. So anyways, this is Bread Witch. This will be our champion for Dark Souls 1. Otherwise, before I hit the OK button here and show you a lovely intro cutscene, I'm going to preface this. This playthrough is going to be very casual. I'm not here to show you everything. I'm not going to do every single little side quest, because frankly, with how I like to play the game, I miss a lot of side quest interactions because I do some things that are very out of order. Now, I will show you how to do some goofier things, how a couple mechanics work, and maybe how to cheat, like in-game. I may also explain some other things, like how to find some interesting items, and the old methods of cheating, not using, an external program or anything. Like, this is just in the game and how it works, glitches. But this is going to be a longer video format, so expect to see videos that are maybe 2 to 3 hours, if not more, or maybe a little less, depending. This is a very fun game, and frankly, I love playing it for just hours and hours. So while I could do the typical, hey, welcome back to episode whatever, 500 times, I'm just going to leave it long, and let's enjoy the game, shall we?
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone skins. The witches weaved great firestorms. Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers, and man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
Yeah, quite the grand story and intro. Turns out, we are one of these accursed carriers of the dark sign.
Yes, indeed.
See?
The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Kind of a bummer of a fate.
This is your fate.
Yeah, it's not wonderful. Huh? Oh. Hey there. Thanks for the, body. So, as fate would have it, someone deemed that, shouldn't be consigned to our fate. So, welcome to Dark Souls. More specifically, your tutorial. So, should we toggle this? We can read the message. Be wary of strange creature. Now, interestingly, this game features a very interesting online system. You can leave messages for players all around. There's no direct voice communication, so these messages, these orange lines here, are how people convey messages to each other. It's an interesting system, and as you can see, there's a whole bunch up ahead. Normally, there isn't supposed to be one in this jail cell, but it's alright. For now, let's pillage the corpse and get the dungeon cell key. As you might guess, this will help us escape. So, thanks, random guy from up there. We appreciate you. So, this will teach you how to play the game. Use the right stick to move your camera around. Very useful. And you hit right bumper to attack. Yep. It works. Good deal. Right here, if you press the right trigger, you learn that you can do a heavy attack. Most weapons, well, really all weapons, have a very interesting moveset. You can usually do slashes, lunges, all sorts of different things depending on your weapon. I was going to say with each different weapon, but not all weapons can do all different attacks. Thank you, random message. And here, if you move the left stick, which is how you move, and hold B, you can run. Very useful. Now, something they don't really tell you, at least not early, if you run and then tap B, you can do a little hop. And right here, if you click in the right stick, you can lock onto a target. Very useful. As you see, even with moving left and right, it'll keep me locked onto them. Very useful technique. Now, admittedly, a lot of people become super reliant on that, and sometimes it's not always best to lock on. It's useful, but it can get you killed too. So, keep that in mind. Now, otherwise, you can rest at bonfires and recover HP. Here's the Epitomous Bonfire, which I'm sure you've seen all over at this point. This game series became really popular. So, the only thing we can do right now is attune magic. So, it's already set, so no need for us to do that. Otherwise, if you press start, you can come into your menu up here. Here you have your basic settings. You can view your status, which tells you a lot of information, and this is where a lot of people say, I'm not reading all this. Luckily for us, should you press select, you can get a basic explanation of things. This is the character's name. This is the covenant they're part of. Here's your level. Here's the possession of souls you have. Here's your vitality, which, like I said, determines HP. Your attunement, which determines your number of attunement slots. Your endurance, which determines stamina, equip load, and your resistance to bleeding. Strength, which is required to wield powerful weapons and generally boosts attack. Dexterity, which allows you to wield advanced weapons and also generally boosts attack. Resistance, which boosts defense and resistance to poison. Intelligence, which allows you to wield sorceries and generally boosts sorceries and magic weapons. There's a bit of an interesting thing with casting that I'll get into in a bit. Faith, otherwise, allows you to cast miracles and boosts miracles and divine weapons. And finally, humanity. It's the number of black sprites within one's bosom, symbolizes human nature and determines item discovery and resistance to curses. Yeah. Otherwise, here's your equip screen. You can see your weapons, how much durability they have, what damage type they do, and if you press X, you can see a whole lot of information. This is the straight sword hilt. It's, well, not great. Its attack type is regular and thrust, and it's a straight sword. Otherwise, on the left, you can see what attack type damages it does. This does physical damage. Those pluses are modifiers. So basically, certain weapons, depending on how high or how much strength or dexterity you have, will give you bonus damage. For instance, this weapon has a parameter bonus of E in both strength and dexterity. So unless you have a ton of strength or dex, you're not going to see a big bonus there. Go figure. Otherwise, down below are the auxiliary effects, bleeding and poison, and then two other ones which don't really come up much. I believe that's holy damage and dark damage. You don't see those a whole ton, and they're not terribly important. Otherwise, on the right, you have damage reduction percent. You can block with every weapon in the game just about. So, when you block with the straight sword hilt, it'll reduce damage by 20%. At least physical damage. Basically, there's a lot going on here, and frankly, it's very easy that people get overloaded with information. So, I'll do my best to try to explain most of it, but don't worry too much about it. Just play the game. Otherwise, we see the rec param, or the required parameters in order to use the weapon effectively. As we can see, we need sixth strength. My goodness, I'm choking on my words. 6 strength and 6 dexterity. We don't need any intelligence, nor do we need any faith. It has 199 out of 200 durability, because we've been swinging it, and it weighs 1 unit. Now, on the far right, we can see a quick overview of our character. Should we press Y, we can also see our HP, our stamina, our equip load, the amount of damage our right weapon does and left weapon. And as you see, there's right weapon 1 and right weapon 2, as well as left weapon 1 and left weapon 2. You can equip 2 weapons in each hand. Now below that, you can see your defenses. Physical defense versus striking damage, slashing damage, thrusting damage, and then your magic defense, flame defense, and lightning defense. Basically, physical is split into 4 different categories. Physical as a general category is usually any kind of weapon. Hammers, swords, bows, they all fit into that. Otherwise, though, weapons do different damage types. As I mentioned earlier, the straight sword hilt does regular and thrust damage. Regular damage is usually just applied to physical defense. So if it's not, striking, slashing, or thrusting, it'll usually just check physical defense. Otherwise, thrusting, as you can see there, will check the thrust defense. I forget if physical defense is an overall measure of all your defenses for physical, or what it really is, but just know that it's a lot of math going on in the background, and maybe don't pay too much attention to it. I mean, you definitely should pay attention to the number, just maybe not the semantics of it. Bigger number, generally better. Otherwise, we have one last page here, poise. Poise is an interesting stat. Basically, the more poise you have, the more of a hit you can take without staggering. It's super useful, and this is the only game where it really is useful. So, go figure. Otherwise, you have your bleed resistance, your poison resistance, your curse resist, and your item discovery. Item discovery is how often you'll find items, obviously. The higher that number is, the more things you'll find, and the rarer things you'll find. You can find rare stuff without it being high, but you're less likely. Finally, we have attunement slots, which are what you need to equip spells, i.e. sorceries, miracles, or pyromancies. My goodness, I know this is a lot, but bear with me, we're almost done. Up here, we have the right hand equipment. Down here, we have the left hand equipment. Over here, we have the usable item slots. Depending on what you set in here, you can press the X button and you'll be able to use things quickly. Beneath, we have arrows and bolts. These are obviously ammunition types for crossbows and bows. Over here, we have rings. Generally, there are a whole slew of different buffs, bonuses, and other goodies. They're super nice, but we don't have any right now. Finally, we have our armor slots. Our headpiece, chest piece, hand piece, and leg piece. So, should we go check? We can see exactly what they give us. This gives us 8 physical defense, 8.6 strike defense, 8.3 slash defense, and 8 thrust defense. It also gives us 10 magic defense, 5 fire defense, and 6 lightning defense. It also gives us no curse resist, 5 poison resist, 6 bleed resist, and 0 poise. So, pretty basic. Now, otherwise, while you can look at things statistically, you can also get a little item description should you press X a third time. Every item in the game has a description like this, and frankly, you can spend hours reading these. But let's get to playing the game, shall we? Now in here, we're going to find our first boss. While we could beat him, he's up there, say hello. It's not recommended to fight him yet. You're supposed to run in here and say, oh wow, it's a boss. And then you hit him for 2 and you do a very little damage. Now, people have beaten this entire game with just punching, i.e. using just this attack. Let's not do that. Otherwise, let's go through here. It'll end the boss fight, and I think he can still hit you through that, so be a little careful, but this is where you're supposed to go. Down here, there's a nice little bonfire. So let's give it a light. And then otherwise, there's a couple other controls we haven't really talked about yet. If you press the Y button, or your top button, could be triangle, could be X if you're using a Switch controller. It kind of depends, but usually the top face button, you can two-hand your weapon. Super useful. Otherwise, the A button is generally what you use to check and read things. The tutorial's telling us to get our shield, which we certainly will. But first, the X button is how you use your quick item, which is down there on the bottom slot that's flashing now. Should you set an item in here, that's how you'll know what's there and how to use it. So, as you can see, we have nothing, so pressing X makes us do this funny little shrug. If you have an item set that you can't use, you'll also do this funny little shrug. So, don't worry about it. Now, The game mentioned if you move and hold B, you can run. However, more famously, if you press B, you roll. Right now, because of our weight class, we have what is known as a fast roll. As you can see, we have 7 out of 48 equip load. This game doesn't really tell you this, but as you get fatter or lighter, heavier or slimmer, your equip load and your roll are affected. So, if you have big, fat, heavy armor, super big, chunky, heavy weapons, your roll isn't going to be this quick. Now, speaking of and why this matters, depending on if you have a light roll, which is what we currently have, a mid roll, or a fat roll, aka the heavy roll, you have less or more iframes, invulnerability frames. At about the height of this roll, you're completely invincible to damage. You cannot be hurt. It is a complete invulnerability. Now, it's probably a little shorter and more precise than what I'm describing, but the point is, the quicker and lighter you are, the better you'll be at not taking damage. Now, if you notice, every action we've done so far takes stamina. Whenever I swing my weapon, the little green bar goes down. If I roll, the little green bar goes down. If you tap B and backstep, the little green bar goes down. That's why stamina, and more importantly, endurance, are so important in this game. Now, we have a shield. Now, you might think, oh, if I tap the left bumper, I'll probably swing with it, right? Well, you block. So, that's nice. Here, the game will tell you how to change your stuff and how to block. Now, interestingly, this shield has another effect. Instead of a swing, it has a block. Instead of a heavy attack, it has a parry. This is one of the most abusive and skill-based mechanics in the game. In order to effectively use it, you gotta know a lot about how weapon timings work. If you don't know an enemy, you can mess around with it for sure, but you may not be as well off. Here, we get our weapon, the dagger. It's marginally better. I mean, look, our character's a sorcerer, so don't expect them to be swinging big, heavy swords, you know? Otherwise, here's how you toggle and change weapons and items. Oh. I guess reading that message also disconnects you from the game server. Interesting. Well, I didn't expect that, but sure. Otherwise, I guess back to the main menu. If you hit continue, you'll just load up whatever character you played last. Very useful. As you notice, that reset enemy positions. Saving and quitting can be super helpful if you're swarmed by enemies and you don't know what else to do. I wouldn't recommend it though, it kind of breaks the game, at least in terms of difficulty, though speedruns use it a lot. Otherwise, seeing as the game has helped us here, making sound and movement and moving quickly actually affects gameplay. As you notice, we snuck up on this guy. I messed it up, but should I have done it correctly, you can get a back attack by pressing the right bumper. As you can see, it does a lot of damage. This game is kind of infamous for people backstab fishing. So maybe don't be that guy, but at the same time, it is good easy damage. Otherwise, here's our first fog wall, or white light. Press A, you go through it, and usually it won't disappear. In this case, we're just heading to a new area, so it disappeared. Typically, when you see those, there's a boss fight behind them. Typically, not always. Oh, there's an item we can't get. Trust me, we'll be back later for that. So yeah, frankly, there's a lot at the beginning of this game. Also, there's how to roll and backstep. I kind of am getting a little ahead of myself compared to the tutorials, but it's all good. All good. And hey, there's that knight who helped us. Shame though. Doesn't look like we can go in and see him. So first, I would recommend coming down here. Because you can open a nice little shortcut to the first bonfire we got to. Super useful. At this point, I would recommend resting here. And if you notice, whenever we sit and rest, this big fog happens. Basically, this game works interestingly. anytime you rest at a bonfire, it resets the entire level, at least all of the enemies. Anything you beat or killed is now returned, and it's not just for that level, it's everywhere else. You also noticed we can't go back in now that we have our weapons and gear, so, oh well. Back up we go. Now if you notice, there's a little boulder waiting up here. Go about halfway up, walk off, and boom! It lets you come talk to our friend. Hey there, bud.
Oh, you. You're no hollow. Thank goodness. I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I, we're both undead. Hear me out, will you?
Sure.
Regrettably, I have failed in my mission, but perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family, "Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know." Well, now you know, and I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask. An undead favorite.
And here, you receive probably the most famous item in all of Dark Souls, the Estus Flask.
Oh, and this.
As well as a key.
Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
Like he says, he's going to die and go insane. Later on in the game, we actually can come back and fight him, which is kind of cool. Still, the Estus Flask. Fill with Estus at bonfire. Heals HP. The undead treasure these dull green flasks. Doesn't look green, but it actually is. It's just the fact that the fire and Estus within it makes it glow. Otherwise, you press X with this equipped, and it heals you. It's a super useful item that, frankly, you'll be using almost the entire game, so get used to seeing it. See, the game's even telling you. You can press X and chug your little flask. Super useful. So, thanks, guy. Otherwise, when you rest at a bonfire, you replenish your Estus. So, bit of a double-edged sword. You want more healing? Rest at a bonfire. But you'll have to deal with the enemies you already beat. So, keep that in mind. And if you heard that, our friend there dies. And gives us 100 souls. So, thanks, bud. We appreciate you. Hello there. Oh, I did it wrong. So here... Oops. Gotta get my timing right. Come on now, bud. I'm not used to these guys to parry, but there you go. Should you time it correctly, you can parry an enemy, which opens them up to a really big critical attack. That's what the critical modifier on the dagger is. So I showed it on the sword, which, as you can see, the red shows that this is worse in just about every way. But the small straight sword hilt had a crit modifier of 100. This has a crit modifier of 131. Basically, it's an extra percentage of damage that you'll deal when you hit a critical attack. Basically, whenever you parry them, you can get a front critical, and whenever you backstab them, that's a back critical. Alright. And here, it's telling you how to hold your weapon with 2 hands. Now, a hidden modifier is when you hold your weapon, you add half of your strength to the damage. So right now, we have 9 strength. When we hold this, we add half of that rounded down. So it'd be 4.5. So instead, we add an extra 4. So essentially, when we two-hand, we actually have 13 strength. This is very useful for adding a little bit of extra damage to strength-based weapons, or even weapons like the dagger. However, it does make it so you can't block with your shield. You can still block with the dagger. Both the right or the left bumper and left trigger will block. But evidently the dagger's protection or the damage reduction isn't as good as the shield. The shield has a whopping 80 for physical, whereas the dagger has 45. So, maybe don't use the dagger to block. Otherwise, here's another interesting thing. If you press, it says any direction with the left stick plus RB, you kick, and any direction plus the right trigger, you do a jump attack. That's not quite true. If you flick the stick up and tap the right bumper, you do a kick. If you flick the stick up and tap the right trigger, you do a jumping attack. These are very precise moves that frankly might get you killed if you're not experienced with them, so give us some practice. Otherwise, like I've mentioned, resting at bonfires revives enemies. And now if you're a caster or have a bow, you'll find an item here. For us, it's the Sorcerer's Catalyst, which, should we equip that, it will allow us to use Soul Arrow. So, here's some fine guys right here. As you can see, it's pretty useful. I don't think I've shown an actual normal attack with the dagger yet. So let's compare damage. So yeah, 16 versus 85. You do the math. Now, as you can see, Soul Arrow is limited. We only have 28 more casts. These casts also return whenever you rest at a bonfire. So if you need more spells, you can replenish your Estus at the same time. Super useful. With the Catalyst equipped, press the right bumper to use sorcery. That's only true if it's in your right hand. If it's in your left hand, you tap the left bumper. So, you know, be careful about that. Otherwise, if you press up on the D-pad, where it's flashing right now, you can change your spell. If you don't have any other spells, it won't let you change them. Same with your items. But you can change your hand equipment at any time, which is kind of interesting. Otherwise, here's a big hint. If you press the right bumper while falling, you do what's known as a plunging attack. This will become relevant in a moment. Another secret technique is if you do a jumping attack, that also will transfer into a plunging attack. So you get the initial damage of the jumping attack and the plunge attack. Super useful. Otherwise, this shows you how to do a critical hit from the back. And this is going to teach you how to parry and riposte, which is the front critical hit. These are the guys I'm more used to parrying. See? Super easy. Now, notably, every single one of these enemies can actually drop their weapons and equipment. That guy can drop all of his armor, his sword, and his shield. Now, obviously, we aren't terribly lucky, so we didn't get that, but if you want, you could farm them. Hi there, buddy. Look at that damage. Yeah, plunging attacks and other things do a whole lot of damage. Now, obviously, we're a sorcerer, so we're going to keep our distance right now because, frankly, this guy hurts a lot, and we don't have a great shield that can block his damage. He does a fair amount. Now, obviously, you didn't one-hit kill me or anything, which you might expect from a game like this, but, certain attacks will do a lot more damage. So, we'll just use our magic. Call it a day. Like I said, you can beat him earlier, and should you actually get his hammer as a weapon, which is pretty awesome. It requires 50 strength, though, so don't expect to use it anytime soon. Otherwise, we get our first humanity. So, let's show it off. Rare, tiny black sprite found on corpses. Used to gain 1 humanity and restore a large amount of HP. It says a large amount, it's a full heal. It never won't be. So, yeah, super useful. We also have the Dark Sign, which it allows you to lose all humanity and souls to return to a bonfire. So if nothing else, especially if you're ever stuck, you can use this. Just remember, it consumes the humanity and souls. You won't get them back. Otherwise, we also have the Black Separation Crystal, which is an online item. If you're playing online, you can use it to disconnect from an online session. Super useful. Or to send a cooperator home. We'll get more into that once we actually can participate in that, but don't expect it anytime soon. Otherwise, we made it outside of the asylum. Very nice. Good job. Go straight ahead. Which, frankly, don't listen to that message. If you go straight ahead, you're going to miss some items that you can grab right now. Namely, come right over here. You can grab a Soul of a Lost Undead. Basically, it's a consumable soul that gives you money. You can use it whenever, and when you die, you don't drop it. So, I'd keep those for if you ever need money. Otherwise, when you're ready, approach the cliff. There's nothing else for us to do here, so may as well take our leave.
In the ancient legends, it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen.
Well, hey there.
To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
Sounds pretty fancy. Yeah, you're immediately grabbed by a crow and brought here. Wherever here is, well, it's Lordran, of course. That doesn't really mean much to you, but, yep, this is where most of the game's gonna be taking place. So, thanks, Crow. Welcome to the main hub of the game, Firelink Shrine. In Lordran, you can level up and kindle at bonfires. So, like it says, we can now level up. As you can see, you can spend souls and gain levels. It's also nice because whenever you level up, it'll show you the exact things that are being affected, which is super nice. I love the fact that it does this. You can also see and check your weapon damage too. So, say we upgrade our dexterity, you can see that increases the bonus. You can check every single weapon as well as your catalyst. So if you notice, when we upgrade our intelligence, it changes our magic adjust. That is the only stat on a catalyst that matters for what affects your damage with spells, or how powerful or potent a spell is. It's not all damage. Some spells can heal you, some spells apply damage buffs, others do other effects. The higher the magic adjust, the better. Different catalysts throughout the game are going to scale very, very differently, so always keep an eye on this. You may have a catalyst that's better and you may not even know it. So otherwise, there are so many things we could level. As you can see, leveling up always increases your defense. It's a super nice thing. So just passively, you'll be getting more defensive as you play the game, which is super nice. Otherwise, you might be asking yourself, well, geez, what do I level first? There's so many options. Maybe I want something for later. Maybe I want a stat now. Frankly, if I were you, I would recommend leveling up your vitality almost exclusively. I would say get this to about 30, maybe even 40 before you even think or touch any other stat. Now, if you know what you're doing, don't worry too much about it. Level what you like, you don't need my help. But if you're playing this game for the first time, vitality and having less of it is usually how a lot of people get killed very quickly. Now, frankly, with the weapon I want to use, I'm going to need a point of strength. So, I'll add a point of strength, and eventually I'm going to want my endurance to be a lot higher. But for now, 10 vitality, 10 strength, sounds good to me. Otherwise, we can kindle. We cannot kindle while hollowed, but we can also reverse hollowing. But we don't have any humanity. Like I mentioned, that number way up at the top there, the 00, is our humanity count. You can have up to 99. Should we use the humanity, we can become human, which will make us not look, quite so beautiful. We'll look like the actual preview of the character that we made. When you're human, you can play online, once you get the appropriate online items. You can summon other players or be summoned. You can also be summoned when you aren't human, though, I wouldn't worry too much about that. If you're playing a cooperative experience, being summoned is a super fun thing, but it's not everything. You can totally get through the game just fine by yourself. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Otherwise, like I said, if you're playing it co-op, go for it. Now, the biggest thing with Dark Souls is that it's infamous for its invasion system. If you are human, you can be invaded by other players who are going to actively seek you out through levels and hunt you down to kill you. I think this is an incredibly fun system. A lot of people absolutely hate it, and because of it, they dread going human at any point in the game. Frankly, I like it. As you can see, the game gives you plenty of humanity to start. There are a lot of items around Firelink, and frankly, most of today is going to be going around and grabbing all of the, let's say, essential items. I'm also going to do something you really shouldn't do, or at least attempt to. This may or may not break things, but it'll certainly make the game easier. Still, let's take a look around.
Well, what do we have here? You must be a new arrival. Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first, but there's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the undead asylum. But too late now. Well, since you're here, let me help you out. There are actually 2 bells of awakening. One's up above in the undead church. The other is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. Ring them both, and something happens. Brilliant, right? Not much to go on, but I have a feeling that won't stop you. So, off you go. It is why you came, isn't it? To this accursed land of the undead?
So yeah, he gives you some direction. Some of the only direction you actually get in this game. Go up to ring a bell. Go down to ring a bell. The choice is yours. At least if you have the master key. If you don't, going up that way there is pretty much the only route you can really take right now. Should you go down here and down below, you'll find an elevator that eventually leads to a bunch of locked doors that you couldn't go through if you don't have the master key. You'll get there another way for sure later, but you can't do it now. Otherwise, hey there. No response. She cannot speak. This is your fire maiden. She tends to the bonfire. It's linked to her soul. She can also reinforce your Estus flask. But in order to do so, you need the soul of a firekeeper to do this. You'll find them throughout the game, and frankly, you want them. Any upgrades to your Estus you can get, you're going to want. Now, you may have noticed, we now have 10 Estus flasks suddenly. That's different. We only had 5 earlier, now we suddenly have 10? That's because this bonfire is kindled. When you kindle a bonfire, you increase the amount of Estus flask charges that you get from it specifically. Every bonfire in the game, except for a select few, will only give you 5 Estus flasks when you rest at them. It won't reduce the number, but it won't give you above it either. So if you have 10, rest another bonfire, you won't suddenly lose them. When you kindle a bonfire, you go up to 10. It increases it by 5 each time you kindle. However, you can't kindle more than once, at least not right now. That's actually going to be the thing that I'm going to go after. Very, very early in the game, there's an area where you get an item called the Rite of Kindling. This allows you to kindle the bonfire an extra 2 times, so you can have a max of 20 Estus flasks. You are not supposed to know about this, nor are you supposed to go do this until way later in the game. But, for people who've played the game, you can do it right now. So ultimately, that's going to be our goal today. Anyways, hey there.
Hello there. I believe we are not acquainted. I am Petrus of Thurland. Have you business with us? If not, I'd prefer to keep a distance, if possible.
Well, you're a little rude.
Hello there. I realize that I have requested that we retain our distance, but I also want you to know that it is not meant in ill will.
Oh.
Here, take this as a token of peace. No, go ahead. It's for you.
Well, thanks, buddy, for the copper coin. I appreciate that.
Oh my, you again. Oh, I know. How about this? I have to await my companions here anyway. So what if I were to teach you some miracles? Would that please you?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Very well. Then first, a covenant with the gods.
So here we have our first instance of joining a covenant. Think of it kind of like a guild or just a group that you're with. There's no real downside to ever joining a covenant other than leaving another one you might be a part of. So, sure. Whoa. Covenant established.
Now let me share my miracles. Only their ultimate effectiveness will be determined by your efforts and your faith.
Just like I've explained before. So, if you notice, it brings up a menu. Purchase item, you can enter the covenant at any time should you have said no initially, and you can also learn a gesture. The shrug. Thanks. So, he will sell you basically all the starter miracles. Great Heal Excerpt, Homeward, Force, Guidance, and Heal. They all do a lot of different things. Heals a bunch of HP, returns you to the last bonfire rested at. This is a super useful one, frankly. Force, which creates a shockwave that knocks things away. Seek Guidance, which displays more messages from other worlds. And the basic heal. If you notice, it also shows you all of the required parameters there. 14 faith, 18 faith, 12, 12, and 12. So, if you have about 12, you can use 3 of his spells. Now, if you notice, they're kind of expensive. 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 10,000. That's a lot of souls. So, I guess at most we'll just talk to him.
My companions are Milady and her young knights. She is young, but burdened by an undead mission. We are her defenses, to keep her from harm.
All right.
Come again. The effectiveness of the teachings depend upon your faith.
And he's not lying. Like I've mentioned a couple times, higher your faith, the more effective your things will be. Or at least your magic adjust will be. Same with intelligence, and generally, same with your weapons. More strength, more damage, more dex, more damage. Depending on the weapon. Different weapons call for different stats, as you may have imagined. A dagger is going to want dexterity more than it's going to want strength, just as a great sword would want a lot more strength than it'd want dexterity. Both will generally help the weapon out, but sometimes that's not always the case. Otherwise, jumping down that elevator, my goodness, I cannot speak, we find a hidden little grotto of items. We find some homeward bones, a morning star and a talisman, and finally, some cracked red eye orbs. These allow you to invade another world. Hollows cannot use the item, so you have to be human in order to use this. Defeat the master of the world, and you acquire humanity. So, that's your incentive to invade people. Not only is it PvP, you're trying to get a humanity from them. So, it has its upsides. You also get souls for beating them too. And you also have Lloyd's Talismans. These prevent Estus recovery. So basically, a lot of good starter things for if you're doing PvP. Otherwise, down here is the graveyard. This is where we're going to be going later, but I want to first finish exploring Firelink and grabbing all the items. There's not too many more, but I still want to make sure to grab them. Now be careful. These skeletons are really dangerous right now. They'll do a lot of damage, they'll inflict you with bleed, and they're not very fun to fight. We're going to be running past a lot of these enemies because, frankly, we can't really beat them right now. Our soul arrow will certainly give us an edge, but don't expect it to be doing all the work, especially with how limited it is. Otherwise, you can also come up here and take a look at the bird. Whoops. is a good instance of something. You take fall damage in this game, so don't just plummet off any cliff. The fall damage in this game isn't too intense, but, well, you're not going to be doing any superhero landings or anything, so, be careful. Ooh, and up here, another Soul of a Lost Undead, very nice. Hello, Mr. Crow. Yeah, from up there to the water, or from there to there, it still does a little damage. Otherwise, if you're starting as, say, the Deprived class, or even just don't like some of your starter stuff, you can come through the graveyard and get a lot of really good items early on. Just don't expect to survive the skeletons for terribly long. You can go a fair bit, but if you don't know what you're doing and how to get through them, don't expect to do this all in one go. I'm going to do my best not to die a whole bunch right away, but I'm not going to make any promises. Obviously, we're grabbing quite a few items right now, and because I'm being chased, I really don't have the time to explain them all. Eventually, I might go back through and talk about them, but just understand that they're things you can't really use yet. Ow! Maybe later. If you notice, when you heal, you stand completely still. Keep that in mind when you're trying to heal. Woo! A bit of a close call for comfort, but we'll be okay. Now, if you notice, when you heal too, you can do like a double sip without breaking the animation, which lets you heal pretty quick. So if you need 2 chugs, you can do it. Otherwise, we'll come down here into the catacombs. Like I said, you are not supposed to be here. Don't even bother trying to fight the skeletons. You can't kill them right now. Not only damage-wise, but lore-wise too. These guys have something that makes it so basically they can't be killed via normal means. Oh, that's unlucky. This guy's a bit of a pain. Oh boy. I'm not making a very good display of this now, am I? If you kind of just spam magic, he should go down fairly easy. If you're using physical weapons, be a little careful. But, because yeah, he's pretty resilient. If you stand right up to him like this, he actually can't hit you with his fire. He also has a very rare drop, which is that lantern he has. But, if I were you, make sure to hug that wall so those skeletons behind you don't come in here. This is step 1 of what I want to do. Rest at the bonfire. Operate the machine. Because we're going to do some pretty advanced things. Frankly, if you're playing this game, I wouldn't worry about this stuff, and I would just skip, well, quite a bit later, back when I'm back at Firelink. Though, if you're feeling bold and know the game decently well, follow along. Because we're going to go get the Rite of Kindling, as well as some useful stuff along the way. This entire place is, frankly, pretty dangerous. Don't be too surprised if you die here more than once. Any souls you acquire right now, I wouldn't get used to having them. Because, frankly, if you die, I wouldn't worry about getting them again. Otherwise, in here, we have the Lucerne. Very nice weapon. As you can see, there are many skeletons that are all trying to kill us. Oh, please, get up the stairs. Thank you. Yeah, this lamp guy is kind of a frickin' pain. He is not my favorite guy out there. Excuse me, Mr. Skeleton. I'm going to heal right here. Thank you for being very peaceful. Ooh. As you can see, this is a very intense area. The biggest goal right now is getting over here and pulling another one of these switches. If you notice, there's a guy over there. Hi, guy. Now, when you're pulling things and operating machines, you will be invincible. Very nice. So, be sure to abuse the iframes you get. My apologies if I'm not exactly super coherent right now, because I'm kind of focusing. My apologies. Ow. That's bad. Otherwise, here's what we're here to do. We need to get past these two fellas, then jump down here. Once we're down here, careful, those statues will hit you with spikes. We want to roll into this wall to reveal a hidden passage. Oh, please. Get up there, get up there, get up there. Light the bonfire. Whew. Okay, my apologies for rushing through that, but we got through the hardest part, this bonfire. So, when you get to this bonfire, ideally, you first want to go talk to the friend that we saw across the way. He did something a little mean. He's just right up this ladder, so it's no big deal. If you notice, that bridge there is turned. It wasn't before. So, let's talk with him.
Good day. You look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? You're a cleric or something.
No.
Well, that's strange. I know what it is. You've come for the trinkets, haven't you?
I mean, yeah.
Well, whatever it is, this place is treacherous. You watch your step.
So, if it's not entirely obvious, he's gonna try to kill you. Still, you can just phase right through him and pull the lever, which is kind of hilarious. So once you've done that, the entire point of coming here is to jump off of the bridge onto a very certain place. So when you pull the lever, if you come back up here, rest of the bonfire, I'm also going to pop a humanity and become human. You'll understand why in a minute. We're actually going to be summoning somebody. We only have 4 attempts at this, so I gotta be careful, but pop our humanity. Oops, not Kindle. Not Kindle. We'll reverse our hollowing. We'll become a real boy. Aw, aren't we beautiful? Now, let's see if our friend is gone. Hatches, which is what his name is, being gone is the thing you want to look for right now. So he's still here, unfortunately. So, I guess we'll push the lever again. Sometimes it's weird when he does and doesn't leave, but we can try to do what we want. So come out here. See that ledge there? That's what we're running for. Make the jump, which is a little scary, don't get me wrong. And if you notice, he turned the bridge on us. So he was going to try to drop us down, but we're a little more clever than that. Grab the Great Scythe, pop down here, and then we're aiming for that ledge there. So just roll on off. You should survive the fall just fine. And if you notice, there's a summon sign here. This is the first instance of this. When you're human, you can see these. And you can summon whoever's behind him. In this case, Paladin Leroy. He's going to help us beat up a boss that we are not meant to fight yet. So, thanks, buddy. Now, if you want the real strat for getting through here, just jump down here as quick as you can. Make sure your stamina's full and book it. There are some very mean enemies here who will probably one-shot you. Just run this way as fast as you possibly can and get through this fog wall. Once you've done that, if I were you, run to this ledge right here and wait for Leroy to come through the fog. He's going to try to fight those skeletons, but eventually his AI will tell him to come here. He is an NPC summon, and once he's through, let him run on up. Sometimes he'll heal, other times he won't. But, should be all good. So now that we're ready, head on down for our first real boss fight. You're meant to fight this guy later in the game, because someone tells you to come here eventually, but this is Pinwheel. Leroy, I believe, kills this dude in like 4 hits, which is why you want him. He will solo this fight for you. This is also the person who's carrying the Rite of Kindling, which is why we care about coming here right now. As you saw, it wasn't too difficult getting here, but if you're not versed with the game's controls terribly well, you might struggle. So if you do, don't worry about it too much. Otherwise, Pinwheel's going to summon copies, and basically your job is to get rid of the copies so that Leroy will target the real Pinwheel. He'll also shoot fireballs at you, which, they do a fair bit of damage, so be careful. Leroy is also taking his time to heal himself, which is fine. Yeah, watch this. Boom, half his health. Boom, he's dead. Yep, that's Pinwheel. Thanks, Leroy. And you get the right of kindling. You may now kindle beyond the normal limit. Super useful. You also get a humanity and a homeward bone, as well as 15,000 souls. This is super useful. Plus, Pinwheel will always drop a mask. You may get one that increases your stamina regen, your maximum health, or your equip load. We got the one that increases our maximum health. Super useful. They're all really good, and frankly, they're pretty much better than anything you can get early, so I would recommend throwing them on. Now, while you can come up this way and continue down into the catacombs, which, trust me, we didn't explore that place at all, you're definitely not meant to be here. So if I were you, use a homeward bone and leave. This will bring you back to the last bonfire without costing you your souls. Now, if I were you, take the time and level up. You're not going to regret it. I'm going to get my vitality to 20 and my endurance to 10. And then, frankly, I think I'm going to raise attunement by 1 to get an extra spell slot. Now, one thing I will mention, attunement doesn't always increase how many spell slots you have. It's a ratio. So as you can see, you get them fairly quickly, but I think I'm only going to stop at, or only ever going to go to 16. Because, frankly, I won't need more spell slots than that. So, looks good to me. And now, we don't need to worry about being human anymore. So, we're going to do some suicide runs in the catacombs to get some items that we otherwise wouldn't get until way later in the game. Also, now that Patches is gone, you can turn this bridge normal, and he won't ever mess with it again. Killing Pinwheel usually will get Patches to leave you alone. So, that's nice. Otherwise, if you come here, you can get right on through. Very nice. And down here, you can hit this lever. Ignore the rude man trying to flame us. We don't appreciate him. Now, unfortunately, there are some skeletons here that are going to be rude and interrupt our little foray. So, we're just going to ignore them. It's not our job to care right now. Careful for this statue. It will try to spike you. But you get a Soul of a Proud Knight. Very useful. And through here, you get another Soul of a Proud Knight. This is why I would recommend coming here early, too. Like, if you know what you're doing, this will get you a lot of souls quickly and a lot of really good items. Otherwise, if you don't know what you're doing, just play the game normally. You'll be alright. I have faith in you. So yeah, there's a lot of different directions to go here, and frankly, don't worry so much about figuring out every single one of them. Here, we have our first instance of what is known as a crystal lizard. These little guys, ow, when you're not being chased by skeletons, and can actually manage to kill them, will drop some very useful upgrade items for making your weapons stronger or your armor. They're very useful to kill, but right now I'm not going to super worry about it because frankly, we need to get the heck out of here. After grabbing all those souls, let's homeward bone again. Because we actually need to go across the bridge to grab a very, very important item. So, let's get to it. Now, I won't lie, I'm going to be surprised if I don't die throughout this entire thing. Ooh, and we are still fast rolling. Very nice. I wasn't sure if the mask would put us over the equip limit. Once we're back in Firelink properly, I'll show you what fat rolls and mid rolls look like, but for now, definitely try to keep a fast roll. It's going to save your life. Trust me. So, let's come over this way. Walk through the fog. Proceed on down. So through here, there's a hidden wall. Now the item we want is at the very end of this long corridor. Just ignore everything that happens and grab the Dark Moon Seance Ring. This is a key to unlocking an optional boss fight later, as well as doing a couple other things. It's also, generally speaking, just a very good ring that increases your attunement slots by 2. Yeah, we died. Well, there's the first death of the series. Not bad. Not bad at all. Got a lot done for that being the first time we died. Still, saves me the trouble of having to homeward bone out. At this point, we can leave. Now, getting back is a little difficult. Basically, once you pull that switch, you can come back through here. This will allow you to easily get back into this room, walk up here, and now we have to do all the steps we did getting in here, but in reverse. So, oh my gosh, this is bad. Whew. It's a bit of a tall order, and this is why I maybe would recommend you just don't do this early on. It demands quite a bit of prowess and know-how with this game. If you don't know what you're doing, this is going to be nigh impossible for you. But for someone like me, who's played the game a million times, we can do this now. Now, later on in the game, you're supposed to come back here with, what are called divine or holy weapons, because they allow you to actually kill the skeletons and deal with them. You're not supposed to just run through all this. You're supposed to actually take your time, explore, yada, yada, yada. But as you saw, even someone who's, you know, a very low-level little baby sorcerer can just run through here with next to no issue whatsoever. So, I usually start all my playthroughs by doing that and getting whatever mask and then wearing that for a large portion of the game. Otherwise, the biggest thing you'll find is that leaving is, kind of difficult. Also, if you get hit by those exploding heads, expect to take a lot of damage. So, it's also why I leveled my vitality a lot. Just to make sure I wouldn't die to those if I did get hit. And now, it's basically, home free to Firelink. Now, if you do manage to make it out there, while being human still, you can kindle the main bonfire and get it up to 20 Estus flasks with just another 2 humanity, which is super good. So, I still have 3, and frankly, I think I'm gonna become human and kindle it the extra 2 times, because that's gonna make what's coming up a lot easier. Granted, I will warn you. Eventually, something happens to Firelink Shrine, and you won't be able to come back here for a fairly long time. So you may not want to upgrade this bonfire. I think for now, I actually will leave it alone, just so we can get more of a intended experience. But I wanted to make sure I got the mask and other things. The only thing to watch out for is by doing that, you advance some side quests, and you're not supposed to yet. So if certain things, like if you're using a walkthrough or a guide, happen out of order, that might be why. Otherwise, let's go down and check out what's down here. Now, along the way, I'm going to use some souls. Luckily, in the remaster, you can use more than one at once, which is very nice. But down here, we have a whole abandoned city. These are the New Londo ruins. This is an area that, again, is intended for much later in the game. Still, you can grab some useful stuff here, like the S-Stock, which is a very good thrusting weapon. And in here, specifically this pot, you find a corpse with transient curses. Up ahead in this town, there are ghosts. Without the use of a transient curse, you cannot hurt them. So, be careful. However, there's an item over there that we really want. So, we're going to go out of our way to go get it. Now, I don't remember if I rested at a bonfire or not, namely the one at Firelink, because if I didn't and I die, we're going to have to run all the way back through the catacombs. So, don't be stupid like me. Make sure to rest at the bonfire, or just, you know, dodge all the ghosts, and grab your first Firekeeper soul. This will increase the amount of healing that your Estus Flask does once you bring it back to our dear Firekeeper. Frankly, this is all I would recommend doing right now. We'll be back here later for sure, but right now it is, extremely dangerous, and we only have 2 transient curses. Don't prematurely use and waste these things. They're kind of like gold right now. Otherwise, should we come over here, we have something pretty interesting. A hidden merchant.
Well, this is unusual. You haven't lost your head. And more importantly, you're free. How on earth? Well, I shouldn't pry. I'm Rickett of Vinheim. I was once an established smith. Look at me now. Can you believe it?
Yeah. Happens to the best of us.
What is it? Have you? Oh no. Don't worry. No intention of escape. It's safe here. Can't bear the thought of going hollow out there. Although, I must admit, not much to occupy myself. How about this? I could forge your weapons, albeit with rather minimal tools. I'll show you what made me the best in things.
Sure. Sounds good to us. So like he said, he can modify and forge your weapons. We don't have any forging items, namely Titanite shards, but he can repair our stuff, which is very useful. As you can see, it's fairly cheap, but don't slack on repairing your stuff. He also sells things, namely heavy soul arrow and normal soul arrow. He also sells the sorcerer's catalyst, so if you didn't start with it, you can get it here.
Come back soon. Smithing helps soothe my nerves. Don't let me wither away out of idleness.
So this is why I wanted to make sure I grabbed those souls, because we can use them here and get some new spells, which I'm very interested in. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to use all of the souls we obtained, but is what it is. I would rather have the new abilities than sit on money and let it go to waste. Otherwise, I think I can afford both of them, so I'm going to just pop everything we got and see if I can. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Come back soon. Smithing helps soothe my nerves.
Sure.
Don't let me wither away out of idleness.
So yeah, once we get to a bonfire, we'll be sure to equip those. Now, otherwise, while going that way seems like suicide, and there's evidently nothing down there, there is a way to go here. Now, if you didn't pick the master key, you wouldn't be able to go this way. But we did. So, we can come out to the Valley of the Drakes. Another later area that, frankly, you may not want to come to yet. If you go through there, you'll get to Blighttown right away. So, be forewarned. That place is tough, and frankly, we aren't. At least, not yet. Still, I figured I may as well come down here and show off some extra little goodies you can grab. Now, frankly, there are some things we can grab right now that are risky. Should we go in between this dragon here and grab those two items, he'll wake up. I wouldn't recommend it. The things he gives you are useful. It's a sword and a shield, but we can't use them because they require faith. At least the sword does. I think you can still use the shield. But, should we come this way, we actually see some of the drakes they're talking about. And there's a very, very special ring there that we want. At least, I want it. Now, this is where me not knowing if I rested at a bonfire or not might bite me really bad. Because, we're not going to make it back through these drakes. They do a lot of damage. So, let's hope I wasn't stupid, yeah? And if I was, well, shame on me. Running through the bone zone again. Still, grab this, grab all the brigand gear and the spider shield. A pretty good shield and not bad armor. Otherwise, this ladder's what you want. Make sure to be quick. But once you get up a certain length of the ladder, they won't be able to hurt you. They also can't climb and don't really know how to fly, so don't be too worried. Still, up here, we receive the red tearstone ring. This is our first ring. Or, well, second ring. It boosts your attack when HP is low. This does some insane damage. Like, incredible damage. So, if you get low on HP, I believe it's below 10% health, it boosts your attack by a ton. It's super good. Also, we got the Dark Moon Seance Ring, which grants additional attunement slots. If you notice, grants an extra slot. Super nice. There's also a bunch of lore and whatnot about the ring, but I'm not super interested in it. So, let's equip our rings. Also, if you notice, should you take long enough, the drakes will actually reset in position. I'm going to do the stupid idea and see if I can get through them without dying. The answer was a hard no. So, goodbye, our almost 3,000 souls. We won't really miss you. Oh, and I did rest. Huh, cool. So yeah, I could go back down there and grab our souls. It'd waste a lot of time, but, it might be worth it. Otherwise, let's equip our new spells, and as you see, we now have 60 soul arrows and 12 heavy soul arrows, so the trip was definitely worth our time, even if we lost a little bit of money, because I'm kind of stupid. Oh well. So let's, actually set out on our journey, shall we? This is the intended location that they want you to go. Our dagger isn't going to be doing a lot of damage, as you can plainly see, and our spells are, frankly, very limited. So, rather than trying to beat them like that, let's look at some of the weapons we got. We got a whole slew of things. Great Scythe, which we can't use. The Lucerne, which we can't use. The Winged Spear, which we also can't use. The Morning Star, which we also can't use. At least one-handed we can't. The S-Stock, which we can't use. The Zweihander, which we can't use. And, yeah, that's kind of it. We did get the Spider Shield, though, which is a better shield. So, we can at least put that on. Also testing our roll, just to make sure we're still in our light roll, which we are. I suppose, let's show what a heavy roll looks like. Should we quit the Zweihander, if you notice, we're a little more encumbered. And we do a fairly alright roll. It's nothing like we had before. Should we equip, say, another heavy weapon, like the Lucerne? We do a fat roll. You're way slower, and your roll is really pitiful. You want to avoid a fat roll at all costs. Trust me on that. So, with our new shield and spells, we can head on up. Eventually, we'll probably switch to the S-Stock, or if they drop a longsword, I'm probably going to be using that for the rest of the game. There's another straight sword that I want to get, but it'll be a little bit before we find that. So for now, let's use our sorceries. This guy right here is a wonderful place to farm a longsword. So while I am interested in it, I don't want to waste a ton of time right now. Still, give him the old parry. Hit him with the riposte. See if he drops anything. May as well. He didn't, which, oh well. Otherwise, grab a nice little item. Jump over here. And, yeah, this looks like somewhere you really shouldn't be able to come, but trust me, you'll be happy you did. You get a Ring of Sacrifice, which, should we take a look at that, you lose nothing upon death, but the ring breaks. If I wasn't a dummy, I probably would have grabbed that and then used that in the Valley of Drakes. So, oh well. In the grand scheme of things, 3,000 souls is, nothing. So, don't worry if you lose them too early. Now, when you're losing a couple million, you might want to think about that one a little more than 3,000. But, we'll be fine. As you can see, our sorceries are definitely much better than the dagger, so going down to Rickert and getting those extra spells is really going to help you, especially if you're a mage. Because, frankly, the dagger ain't going to be doing a lot for you. Hello, Mr. Rat. Now, notably, and interestingly, rats are actually a really great source of humanity. If you're ever running low, there's a certain spot later in the game where you can farm a lot of rats and get humanity very quickly. So, I guess keep that in mind. Otherwise, welcome to the intended first area of the game. The Undead Burg. Here you're going to find a lot of low-level enemies, and generally a bunch of easy gear. Come down here, find some souls. Super useful. Now, frankly, I'm going a little trigger happy with my spells because this area is not entirely long, at least not before you find another bonfire. Hey there, fellas. It was a nice attempt at an ambush, but I had your number already. Helps that I have that having already played the game knowledge. There we go. So yeah, first things first, I would recommend coming down here, grabbing some items, and luckily it'll spit you right back up at the top. Down here, there's another attempted ambush. Feel free to knock him down and get an accidental back attack. Works for me. And you find some trash. I like the idea of how they set this up, where it's like, ooh, there's an item, you grab it, and then you get rushed by several different little idiots. Super cool world building. Otherwise, for doing this huge round long trip, you will receive a humanity. Very nice. Also, whenever you gain souls randomly like that, that's because somewhere in the world things are just randomly dying. It happens. Don't overthink it. So yeah, most of Undeadburg is pretty simple. But this is the beginning, so of course it's simple. Still, plenty of goodies right away, which is super nice. Ooh. Huh. Nice dragon. Well, have a good one. Up here is probably where you're going to find your first real big challenge. Now, if you're a mage, you probably won't struggle. If you're exclusively a melee character, you might find this section a little hard. That archer and all the dudes here can really swarm you and be a problem. So if you're struggling, just take it one guy at a time. Pull him down the stairs, deal with him one-on-one. You'll be alright. And right here, we have a bonfire. This is one that, frankly, you'll be spending a fair amount of time at, like, surprisingly. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. Otherwise, down here, we have the wooden shield. It's not as good as the spider shield. It is lighter, though, so something to be considered. Now, if you have magic, these guys are easy. Otherwise, they're supposed to teach you something. If you hit them, you bounce. This is what the kick is for, because when you kick them, they drop their guard. Kicks against a raised shield almost always break an enemy's stamina gauge. They have stamina the same way you do, and the same is true for you. If you get kicked, your stamina is going to be destroyed, so be careful. He ducked under my spell. A little unexpected. Oh well. It's all good. Down here, we have the first real merchant of the game.
Well now, you seem to have your wits about you, hmm? Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale.
So yeah, while Petrus and Rickert are merchants, this is the first intended merchant of the game. He sells all sorts of nice little knickknacks. Repair powder, throwing knives, fire bombs, Lloyd's talisman, the dried finger, which is an interesting item. This is for multiplayer. This wasn't in the original game. Basically, it allows you to summon a third phantom into co-op, but also a second dark spirit, which is an invader. So be careful. Otherwise, you can buy the orange guidance soapstone, which allows you to write messages yourself. Super nice. He also sells you the residence key, which opens residences in Undeadburg, a repair box, which allows you to repair your own stuff at bonfires, and the bottomless box, which allows you to manage your inventory. Super nice. Additionally, he sells a whole slew of beginner weapons. Dagger, short sword, scimitar, rapier, hand axe, club, reinforced club, spear, short bow. east-west shield, small leather shield, the buckler, leather shield, the heater shield, and the warrior's round shield. Amongst these, I would absolutely recommend the heater shield. It is the lightest shield in the game that offers 100% physical resistance. This thing is insanely good. Otherwise, you might want to pick up the buckler. It gives you a special parry. Small shields are always less stable, but landing critical hits after parrying is easier. Which, is kind of true. The critical hit itself will always be the same. The parry window on the buckler is greater than that of other shields. The heater shield, warrior's round shield, leather shield, small leather shield, these all have the standard little side swipe parry, whereas the buckler has a special animation. There are some things that have animations like that that are different that are worth using. Otherwise, he sells arrows and bolts, useful if you have a bow. He also sells some starter armor, chainmail, nothing crazy. Now, if you're a real stinker, I would recommend buying some arrows. Let's say, for now, 20, right? We'll use them in the future for other things, but we want them now for something else. If you were on PC, this is how you duplicate items. First, go into your inventory, drop all 20 of your arrows. With them on the ground, like so, go into the game menu, and then I believe you want to hit quit game. Oops, I moved. Make sure you don't move after you drop your arrows. This is very important. But, oops, not reset order. Not 2. We want all the arrows. The quantity of arrows here matters. I figured I'd show it off with 2. And now, if you're using both gamepad and mouse, which I am, I'm using an Xbox One controller, as well as I have my keyboard and mouse here. You can't really see my mouse right now, but based on how I'm doing this menu, you can see things. Also, with up here, the idea is you put your cursor here on quit game with your controller, and then you'll press A, which will bring up this menu. You don't want to do that yet. So, keep quit game highlighted, and then with your mouse, go up here to this item bag. Now, you want to press the A button on your controller, and then click with the mouse. You don't get it, then just call it good. Also, reset it, so that way it's displaying the controller buttons too. That'll help you. So, oh, I missed it. This might take a couple of tries. Sometimes it's a little finicky. Oops, nope, not quite. The idea is that you're trying to click on this menu to open it with the mouse, while also bringing up the quit menu screen. So, if I can actually do it. There it is, right? So now we have both these menus open. Are you sure you want to quit and save? No. What you want to do is use your mouse to scroll wheel down to whatever soul you have. For right now, it's the soul of a proud knight there. Click it with your mouse, and then bring it to the top of the black dialog box, and you should hear a little confirmation sound. You can also see up there where it says inventory what you're hovering over. So, we want to hit use selected item. It will then ask us an item quantity. If you notice, we can set 20. What the game is doing is it's trying to pick up the arrows while also using the item. So we'll say, sure, use 20. We now will use 20 of the Proud Knight souls and gain 40,000 souls. You don't lose your arrows, but you do lose the soul or the consumable item you use. You can do this with any consumable in the game, at least that has a number like this. Souls and humanities first and foremost. Now, While I could do this and become max level instantly, I'm not going to. There's no fun in that. Something else you could do is make your humanity 99. Now, let's say we do the same trick. I'm going to use the money that we just duplicated to buy infinite arrows, because why not? And also, I guess, one of everything he has, because, why not? May as well put the money to some use. I'm never going to use this stuff, so what does it matter, I figure. But, point is, this is an abusive thing that, frankly, I wouldn't recommend you do on your first playthrough, but it is super useful just to buy, everything you can. So, cool.
Oh, thank you. Come back soon.
Sure, buddy. So, now that we've bought a whole bunch more arrows, we've increased our duplication to be able to go up to 999. When you dupe an item, make sure you drop all but one of it. It'll use as many of the item that are in the stack as possible. So we drop our 4 humanities, walk over here, drop your 999 arrows, and now perform the same trick. I was also wrong earlier. You want it to be on the mouse controls because you press the mouse button and then A. Like so. Now we will scroll down to our 1 humanity, click it, then hit use item. We will now use 999 humanities, which will set our humanity to 99. We can then pick up our arrows and our 4 remaining humanities. And if you notice, our defense is now insane. Our item discovery is also quite large. This is why humanity is so broken. With all the things we just bought, and being able to duplicate things like so, you can make this game incredibly easy in a way that no other Souls game has been easy. I'm not going to be taking advantage of this too often. I'm putting a little caveat there, because frankly, there are certain things later in the game that require a lot of humanity, and while I could sit there and farm infinite rats, I'd rather not waste the time. So, let's show off our increased defense now, right? I want you to see just how ridiculous this is. Hey there, fellas. Yeah. We can sit here and get hit all day, and these guys will struggle to kill us. Defense is kind of a super important stat, so having so much of it already really breaks the game. The extra item discovery is super nice. See? We're already getting extra things. But I don't want to break the game by just having 99 humanity for the entire time. Granted, if you are doing high-level PvP, it is expected that you abuse this trick and always have 99 humanity. Otherwise, you are playing and putting yourself at a disadvantage that you shouldn't be doing. Also, a lot of people in this game use cheat engine and cheat anyways, so doing these tricks isn't really terrible. Now, if you're like me and you've played this game hundreds of times, this cheat and trick will let you make characters really fast and get the builds that you want right away. So it can be super useful. Though for an actual natural playthrough of the game, I wouldn't recommend it, especially if it's your first time. It'll make Dark Souls a lot easier, sure, but a lot of the appeal of this game is the challenge. So, as nice as it is having our 99 humanity, whenever I die, I'm not going to repick it back up. I'll keep it for now, just to show it off, the novelty, as well as show this off. We'll reverse our hollowing. Use one of our humanities, go down to 98. And now we can kindle. So boom, our Estus goes to 10. And because we have the right of kindling, bang, Estus goes to 15. And we can do it one more time. Just like that, we have 20 uses of our Estus flask. Notably, I didn't use our Firekeeper soul yet, because we're not supposed to have that yet. Technically. You can go grab it whenever. Obviously, we did. But the game doesn't intend for you to have it, and we have 20 Estus flasks. We'll be more than fine. We also have an incredible amount of defense, so any handicaps I can give myself right now are more than fine. So otherwise, let's proceed through Undeadburg as the insane juggernaut that we are. Also a straight sword. I'll equip that. Sure. The thing I'm really hoping for is to get a longsword from one of these guys, but if we don't, it'll be fine. There are plenty of other places you can get a longsword at. But yeah, that damage increase from the short sword is super nice. You know, I should parry you. Come here, buddy. What? You gonna swing? That's the only downside to parrying, is that it's dependent on the enemy actually swinging their weapon. If they never do, then usually your kick is your best option. Also, let's swap to our heater shield. There we go. And let's continue on our journey. Now, one of the big reasons I wanted to increase our defense so much is because there's an enemy coming up that does a lot of damage. Ooh, thanks for the waist cloth. And I wanted to make sure that I could really show him off and take a hit rather than just dying to him over and over again. Not that that would happen, because frankly, there's a very easy way to fight and counter him. He's extremely weak to parries. Also, speaking of parries, can I equip the buckler? We can't. We need 13 dex. Oh well. Eventually, and I might be able to show it off now. Yeah, it has that different parry animation. It has a lot more frames that are active for making it easier to land your parry. So it's not that your critical hits land easier, it's that your parries land easier. Little different, but, you know, same idea. Otherwise, let's show off some melee combat, now that we are kind of tanky gods. Magic is super nice, but obviously it's limited. Weapons, while they do have durability, last a lot longer than any spell will. So yeah, if you notice, you have usually a couple different hits when you press the right bumper. You also have a couple different hits when you press the trigger more than once. Generally, you have about 2 different attacks. So like 1, 2, and then 1, 2. But you also have a running attack. So when you run, you'll do a little swipe. Super useful. Your two-handed moveset is also different, so keep that in mind. See? As well as I believe your running attack is a little different too. So yeah, a weapon's moveset can really make it good or bad. The stats may be good, sure, or they may be bad, but if the moveset's there, you can make a weapon work for you. Generally, any straight sword in the game is better than any other weapon in the game. They just have the best and most versatile moveset, and a lot of people online will tell you the same thing. Generally, the longsword is considered the best weapon in the game. Now, the big reason for that isn't because the stats are amazing. It's not because, you know, it's the most powerful weapon in the game, at least statistically. It's because the moveset is so versatile. It starts on the best class in the game, that being Warrior, and it has basically the best moveset in the game. This right here is basically the most powerful attack in the game. It's super quick, it has really good range, and it does fair damage. Also, speaking of, we got our own longsword. The other big thing, ooh, we're mid-rolling, that's not good. The other thing, though, is it has this. This is one of the best attacks in the game, bar none. Thrusting weapons have a unique property where if you hit someone as they're attacking with a thrusting attack, you'll get a counter damage bonus. This makes it so thrusting weapons, or anything that can thrust, are really powerful. So the longsword having an excellent poke, plus an insanely good normal attack, just add to the, well, how good this weapon is. I was going to say it adds more cream to the cream of the crop, but you can see that. It's insanely powerful. It's also probably going to be the weapon we use for basically the entire game. It'll get you through just fine. Anyways, here's that very tough enemy I spoke of. This is a Black Knight. You'll find them all throughout the game. They generally have really high HP, super good defenses, very quick attacks, and really good weapons and armor. They also generally drop good stuff. Like I mentioned, though, they're weak to parrying. See? They're super telegraphed. You can beat these guys really easily. Stand up to them. The minute you see that sword start coming down, hit parry, you'll get them every time. Every single one of these guys is weak to this. There's one exception of these guys not being weak to this, and I think that's the guys who have the ultra great swords. But the dudes wielding the great sword, which is what this guy is, it looks like a straight sword, but don't get me wrong, it is a great sword, technically speaking, are weak to this. There's also ones that have a halberd and a giant axe, too. They are also weak to this. Most players struggle with these guys because they don't use parrying and don't know how it works. So if you know, you'll get through them just fine. If not, don't worry too much about it. Otherwise, for beating him or running past and getting this item, you find the sister ring to the red tier stone ring. The red tier stone increases your damage. This increases your defense. Oh, why not? Let's put them both on. Now, notably, the Undead Burg isn't super difficult. I mean, especially for someone who knows the game. So I didn't feel too bad showing off the humanity thing, and this is also more than likely the first place you'd be able to do it. So I figured for what's coming up, it would be nice to have a little extra defense. Through here is what is intended to be your first real boss, not Pinwheel. Also, there's a hidden little crystal lizard right here. Make sure to beat him up. He'll give you some twinkling titanite, very useful for later in the game. But your first boss is supposed to be through here, not counting the tutorial boss, obviously. However, if you have the master key, you can actually go through this door down here. Down here at the bottom of this area, you will find one of the best rings in the game, guarded by a very powerful enemy. We're going to beat this powerful enemy through the same method we beat the Black Knight, parrying, or backstab fishing. Say hello to Havel the Rock. You want to fight him on square footing. If you don't, it's very hard to parry him. If you noticed, he took 0 damage. Now, most people just do this. Let him attack, get behind him, backstab him. It's super simple, and for this, I'm actually going to equip our dagger, because the dagger will do a little more damage. Should I miss one of these parries, I'm probably going to outright die. This guy does some insane damage. So usually, rather than parrying and risking me getting hit, I usually just circle around him and will backstab him. It's a tried and true method. Otherwise, we did get some golden pine resin earlier, which is actually a weapon buff. If I'm quick here, find it. I don't remember where it is. There it is. Whew, a little bit risky, but it's all good. Now, should we hit him and swap to this, we can buff up our weapon. This is our first weapon buff. Ow. Okay, I did survive, thank goodness. Come on, buddy. Oh, we broke our guard. Woo, I gotta be careful. But it'll increase the damage we do to him and help speed things up. I believe this buff lasts for about a minute. So make your minute count. Otherwise, yeah, it's just going to be a lot of this. Now, if you don't have humanity or good armor, he will probably outright kill you with one single hit. So be forewarned. Now, if you really know what you're doing, you can actually chain backstab him. So stand about here. Oops, I messed up the timing. But you can get another backstab right away. Ooh, I gotta be careful. we go. Oh, our buff's already done. Oh well. Yeah, usually just strafing to the right, getting backstabs. This is essentially backstab fishing. So, nothing too terribly advanced, but, a strategy that works nonetheless. Come on, buddy. There you go. Yeah, for defeating our good friend Havel here, we actually will get... Oh, there's the chain backstab I mentioned. You can do this to players, too. It's really abusive. But, for beating him, you will get Havel's Ring. Havel's Ring, I believe, gives you an extra... I think it's 25 or, like, 50% carry weight. It's really good. Basically, it's bar none the best ring in the game. There's one ring that rivals it, but that ring has issues which make a lot of people, you know, debate if it is better or worse. It's really good. Don't get me wrong. Once we get it, we're putting it on. But until then, Havel's Ring will be our friend. More equip load means you can equip better stuff, which obviously is good. But it also means that you don't have to invest as much into endurance as you otherwise might. Endurance gives you more stamina, which in this game is really good, but you may not need that much. You may be content with just getting, I don't know, like 20, and then calling it good. Mages especially don't need that much stamina. For a physical character, you definitely want as much as you can get. At least, I'd say that. Stats in this game have what is known as a soft cap, where they level up really good, and then after that, they start leveling up poorly. The stamina soft cap is 40. Past 40, you won't get nearly what you got earlier in the game for leveling up stamina. I believe HP's soft cap is also 40, with a hard cap of 50. And I believe the hard cap is true for stamina as well. That's also at 50. Most of the damage stats are at 40, and so on and so forth. You can find the actual numbers and what they are online, but I figured I'd mention that. So, like, for reference, later in the game, we're going to stop at 50 vitality, 40 endurance, 40 dexterity, and about 25 faith for what I want to do, seeing as I'm trying to make a Spellblade type character. Still, you can look online to see what the recommended level is, what soft caps are, what hard caps are, what you need for certain things. The info's all out there online. If it's your first time playing the game, just do what feels right. Whatever gets you through, gets you through. The first real boss arena. A nice thin long stretch with an open side. And of course, up there are some cheeky archers that would otherwise shoot you if you didn't know about them. I love the design in this game. It's so mean. Now, I don't love it because it's mean. I love it because it teaches the player to look around and really be observant with your surroundings. Also, I need to re-equip our long sword. That'll help our damage a lot. There we go. But it's one of those things where it's like, you are supposed to die in this fight the first time you do it. You're supposed to get shot in the back, knocked off the ledge, what have you. The odds are against you. When you come back through, you're supposed to go up, beat those dudes, and now have a fair fight on your hands. I think it's really well designed. Because while it is initially frustrating, you're supposed to not know about it. It's supposed to be learning the advantage and then taking advantage of it. Find their weakness, go from there. Now the nice thing too is once you know you can come up here, you notice this guy will be below you for a nice plunge attack. Also, we might fall off the cliff and die. Oh, we didn't. Good. So yeah, as you can see, our weapon does pitiful damage. Now granted, we're not a physical character, but you can just keep dropping down on top of him. Careful, he might hit you off there, and frankly, that might outright kill you if you don't have a lot of health. If you notice, he looks up here. Eventually, he'll jump up here. Which is okay. I want him to, so I can start hitting him with magic. And if you notice, he's kind of invulnerable. a lot of enemies very early in the game are super weak to magic. Also, fighting him up here will give you a real big advantage because he can't really knock you off. This is a much fairer arena than down below. Now, if you want the quick kill, basically all you gotta do is just bring him back down and just repeatedly plunging attack him to death. It works! As you see, he'll jump back down, another good chance to get a spell off. But it would be boring if I only plunging attacked him. So, figure we may as well show off the extra defense of our humanity. And take advantage of our lovely magic. I should also show off Heavy Soul Arrow. I haven't been using it. As you might guess, it is a heavier Soul Arrow. Does more damage, but I believe it takes a little longer to cast. So be careful of that. Yeah, see? Takes a fair bit. Ooh, careful. Don't get knocked off that ledge. There we go. Yeah, the other big thing, too, is that while it does more damage and takes longer to cast, it also has way less casts compared to our normal Soul Arrow. So you can't be so willy-nilly with it. Ooh, nice, we staggered him. Just about every enemy has poise and can stagger like that. So if you keep the pressure on, you'll be rewarded for it. Ooh! He also dropped his weapon because we have so much humanity and a good discover rate. Normally, he doesn't drop that. So, nice. Extra little bonus. Super cool. Yeah, he's not all that bad. Otherwise, the big thing, too, that I want to mention about magic specifically, the more dexterity you have, the quicker you cast, which is kind of an interesting hidden mechanic. There are a whole bunch of things like that throughout this game, where the more of some stat may affect another thing that you may not have even thought of. It's kind of cool. Also, here's the first door that we can't open with the master key. Kind of cool. Man. What a beautiful view. Kind of a lot of nothing, but, it's nice. I can tell you what, a lot of people who got here for the first time, this was the moment that the game usually sold them. They're like, man, this is what it's about. Hard fights, overcoming them, and then just taking a minute to bask in it. Hey, friend.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Soler of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. Do you find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time. Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment.
Sure, of course we do.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance? So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey?
Hey, sounds good to me.
This pleases me greatly. Well then, take this.
And he gives you the White Sign Soapstone. This is the item you need in order to play co-op.
We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
So yeah, like he says, he has a bright yellow shining summon sign. The ones we saw earlier, or the one from Leroy, was white. His is a bright yellow. Basically, it shows that he's part of a covenant. One that we actually can join very soon should we have the faith for it. At least, I think it requires faith. I don't remember. Anyways, this is Solaire of Astora, a fan favorite character for good reason. He's a jolly fellow who helps you quite a bit throughout the game, so long as you follow his quest line. He's one of the few quest lines that I actually will be going out of my way to do because, frankly, I like him. He's a fun character.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
So yeah, well, he's a little weird. He means well. And frankly, he's a good friend. So, we'll see you later, Solaire. Also, if you're cheeky, you can peek through his helmet a little. Face. He's not all that special looking. But, thanks, bud. So anyways, back to what he gave us. The White Sign Soapstone. Online play item. You can leave your summon sign. You can be summoned to another world as a phantom through your sign and defeat the area boss to acquire humanity. Hollows cannot conduct summons. As in, if I was a hollow, I couldn't have summoned Leroy. However, you as a hollow can be summoned. That's the advantage. It's a give and take system. It prioritizes you being friendly, gives you a reward, and it helps another player out. It's also the inverse for invading. You get a reward for taking on another player. It's two very interesting ways of playing that, frankly, have a really great interaction between them. I really love this system, and frankly, it's what keeps a lot of people coming back to these games. Now, if you see this bridge that's all charred, and if you remember that dragon, you want to get out of dodge quickly. Luckily, we still have our good fire resistance, but you want to get to this hole as quick as possible and drop on down. Through here, you have a bridge that'll lead you across, as well as this little area here. From here, kick down the ladder, and we're right back at the bonfire we kindled at +20. This is some of the really good level design of this game that, frankly, a lot of people really miss in the later games. It doesn't get much better than this, frankly, which is kind of a shame. I think for now, too, we'll spend some of those souls we got and level up our dexterity a bit. Yeah, sure. Get to 13 and put another point in HP. Very nice. And we'll head on up. So at this point in the game, it's intended that you go down here and through this hole to get across the bridge, which I will show this way in a bit. First things first, come back up here. Run up here, let the dragon breathe fire, and if you notice, you get 555 souls every time the dragon does that, which is pretty darn good. If you need souls in a pinch, this is a great place to do it. Otherwise, if you notice, though, below my health and stamina bar, there's a bonfire there. Normally, you would die in one hit to the dragon breathing fire on you. But if you wait long enough, the dragon will come down, and you can find the claymore, Soul of a Nameless Soldier, and the spear, if you didn't already get one. By doing this cheeky little method, you can run on through and grab the bonfire. I'd recommend doing this just to grab this. And as you can see, we reset him, and then he takes off. Still, you can open this way up, and this will save you a lot of headache. Also, if you come through here, you can see the Drake flying off, which is really cool, and find this broken statue. Should you have, I believe it's 10 faith, you can pray to the statue and join the Sunlight Covenant, which is what Solaire's a part of. It has some really good rewards and gives you one of the first offensive miracles in the game, Lightning Bolt. Or I think Lightning Javelin? Anyways, point is, it's really powerful. So if you want to be a spellcaster who uses miracles and be offensive and not just supportive, that's how you're going to do it. Otherwise, though, I want to show the intended method of doing things. And a little secret. So in order to resummon the dragon, you actually need to run all the way back here. Which is fine. Obviously, we have our humanity. But you need to run back here. And then I believe when you run through here, he should do the same thing he did before. Keyword being should. Yeah, sometimes he's not always feeling it. So, ow. I guess for now, let's take out these hollows and hope the dragon shows back up. He may or may not. Sometimes he's a little finicky. Takes his dear sweet time. See, that kick is super useful. I'm also playing very sloppy just because I have all this humanity. Again, normally they'd be doing a lot more damage. So, don't rest on your laurels. You know what? You're getting the heavy soul arrow. Boom. A lot of damage. At least for this point in the game. As you can see, physical weapons don't do a whole lot yet because we haven't upgraded them. Once you can, they become a lot better. Speaking of, they drop Titanite shards, which are just what we need. Also, a lot of early enemies use shields, and as you can see, magic can pierce that damage because shields don't reduce the damage by 100%. I don't think there's any shield that does reduce any damage type that isn't physical by 100%. So, there's some that do like 80 or 90, I think, but there's none that do 100. So, magic's always a pretty darn good bet as to get through defenses. Seeing as the dragon didn't want to play nice, I guess, let's rest at the bonfire down here. See if that'll reset things. If it doesn't, oh well. Also, yeesh. We need a lot of souls to level up again. That's fine. But we'll climb on back up, see if the dragon comes back, because there's something I want to show off. This is also why I wanted to make sure I bought so many arrows, not only for the, technically cheat, but also to show off the little secret you can do here. Weird, I don't know why he's not coming back. We may need to save and quit. Sometimes the game wants you to save and quit, and it doesn't really tell you that. Because it's supposed to be like, oh, I just did all this hard stuff. Man, I played the game for forever. Oh, I feel so accomplished. I'm gonna, you know, save my game real quick. Or, well, not save it, but I'm going to quit my game, which evidently saves the game. But let's try that. Ooh, also, we should be back online now. Because I believe, yeah, my internet came back. Don't know why it pipped out earlier, but oh well, I suppose. So here we back are. And let's run back out, see if the dragon comes back. He should. Like I said, he's kind of finicky, though. So if he doesn't, oh well. We'll figure it out eventually. Yep, there he is. Let him do his usual. These corners are a safe spot, but we actually want the Drake to be up there. So if we come down here, we can see his little tail. That's a secret of this game. If you see a dragon, cut their tail off. Usually, it'll net you a really good reward. At least from a large dragon. If you see smaller ones, maybe don't worry about it so much. Excuse me, my good fellow. Come on. One more. There you go. Ooh, and he dropped an item. I really, as bad as this sounds, I kind of need to kill myself soon so we don't have all this humanity. But, well, for right now, it's been beneficial. So, what you want to do is equip a bow. Any bow will do, so long as you can use it. This is also why I wanted my dexterity higher. And then, let's equip our arrows and swap to our bow. In order to use it, obviously you need to two-hand it. And then, if you press right bumper, you ready an arrow. If you notice, aiming up or down changes the angle at which you shoot. Moving the camera left or right really doesn't. It's based on the way you're facing. So, keep that in mind. Otherwise, while holding an arrow, or even before, if you press the left bumper, you can bring up a targeting reticle. It's not entirely accurate, as you can see. But, we want to hit the dragon's tail a whole bunch. What I like to do is find a nice little sweet spot Ooh, we were invaded. Uh-oh. Well, guess we're showing this off. Dark Spirit Knight Solaire has invaded. So this is a real human player. Hi, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on, Solaire. Let's not do this dance, buddy. I'll wait you out, homie. Come on. Come on. Oh, fuck. Come on. Have a spell. Yeah, I didn't expect to be showing this off. Come on, you're fucking up the playthrough. Come on. Son, I will wait here all fucking day. Here, have some magic. Have some magic. Uh-huh. We can do this all day. Come on. He's gonna wait here too, because he has infinite buffs. I guarantee it. So yeah, make no mistake, this is actually a player. This is not the actual Knight Solaire. At no point will he invade you like this, at least as long as you do his quest correctly. You just gonna leave, buddy? Alright, you have fun, I guess. But, yeah, I didn't expect to show this off so early. Now, I don't know if he's going to have actual damage or not. He might be what is referred to as a twink build. Twink builds are basically high-level players who got through the game that, have really endgame weapons. See if I can shoot him. That's funny. Yeah, we hit him. Ooh, we got a headshot too. That's hilarious. Quit with that bow, son. This is so goofy. Oh, and he poisoned us. Well, that's alright. Now, luckily for us, we have Estus flasks. So we can just wait out this poison. This won't kill us. But, it will slowly pip us. Man, this is kind of unfortunate. That's so funny. So yeah, he definitely is a twink invader because he should not have these arrows yet. But it's so funny. Come on. Come on. Yeah, no, buddy. Whew. Yeah, unbeknownst to him, we have 20 Estus flasks, so, worst case, we'll wait out his timer. Because invasions actually have a set timer. I want to say it's like half an hour, which is kind of ridiculous. But, his poison won't kill us, luckily. Now, frankly, while his poison won't kill us, the boredom might. So otherwise, the big thing I was trying to show off, and I figure I may as well explain this while we're trying to avoid his poison arrows, is that, should you break this dragon's tail, you will get an item called the Drake Sword. This is a really good early game weapon because it doesn't focus on scaling and instead just gives you an insane amount of damage. Yeah, you can hit me all you like, buddy. It's not gonna do much. But, the point is, if you're struggling in the early game, the Drake Sword will really help you. Just don't use it past anything Undeadburg related, because frankly, its stats drop off like crazy. Because eventually 200 flat damage is, like nothing. And he's really just gonna keep on trying, aren't you, bud? A+ for effort, I guess. I can hit the dragon tail from an angle where he can't hit us. I don't think so. Kind of a shame. Hi, bud. You can try. It's not gonna work. Yeah, this is a, rather unexpected event. I didn't think we'd be invaded this early, but to be fair, whenever there's like a Steam sale or anything going on, usually a lot of people will buy this game, and, invade lower level players. This is also why I'm probably not going to play as a human all that often in this game, just to try to avoid this. But, I think it's funny. Yeah, The other bad thing is that he does have probably 999 arrows, so, like, he's never gonna run out. But, yeah, it's funny. Again, shame this happened while I'm trying to do something that already takes fucking forever to do. So, that's our luck, I suppose. Come on, Solaire, hit us. Man, I don't remember Solaire using poison arrows and a bow. Yeah, I mean, we can just sit here all day, buddy. So, welcome to Dark Souls. What it's all about. Oh, come on. Really? Prize that's missing. Oh, there we go. Man, yeah, he's just gonna sit there all day, huh? Now, if I wanted to actually, like, speed things up, I would just disconnect my internet real quick. And that would speed things up. Because it would make him leave. But, I don't know. I kind of don't want to be cheap like that. But at the same time, that this is a standstill against a player I have no chance of beating, because he probably has max upgraded stuff. Granted, I know he doesn't, because he didn't one-shot us with the bow. Oh, good. He poisoned us again. Alright, well, time to wait out the fucking poison timer. To be fair, I don't think I care. So yeah, welcome to Dark Souls. Filled with trolls and fucking idiots like this guy. Come on, Solaire. Shoot me. Shoot me, buddy. Fuck. Also, excuse my language for, you know, this. But it is what it is. Hello, Mr. Dragon. Might I shoot your tail? Nice. Actually hit him. Now, another way to get rid of invaders is to go find the boss. Unfortunately, the gargoyles take a while to get to, which are up at the first bell. So we're probably not going to make it to them, but, you know, this guy's also never going to move on. And again, we really have no hope of killing him because he has probably fully upgraded armor, I would guess, and probably a full upgraded weapon. So while the bow isn't fully upgraded, I would imagine his actual sword is. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, that's a great bow. That's You keep on going, buddy. Now, it's funny, because of the trick I showed off earlier, we know that this guy has infinite resources. He can literally do this all day until we run out the timer. And so, frankly, I probably will just let him run out the timer. I have no shame doing that. But this at least makes this a lot more entertaining than otherwise it would have been. Come on, shoot your fucking great arrow. Go ahead, buddy, do it. Oh, you almost got me. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's gonna get me this time. Man, this is so funny, though. Nice thing is that we actually can ready an arrow before he can. Man, this is so goofy. This is why I love Dark Souls 1. What other game would it be where you can be in the middle of a playthrough and some random person makes it so you can't progress? It's so funny. Oh, Dark Souls, my beloved. Darn it. Come on, shoot. Shoot the arrow, brother. Shoot the arrow. There you go. Come on, shoot the arrow. There you go. Fuck. I'm getting hit for this one. Oh, maybe not. What? I don't know what hit me there, but sure. He might be leaving. Definitely is. Alright. Don't know where he's leaving, but he left somewhere. Weird. I guess ultimately we can just stand in this room and wait for him. Come on, guy. Unless he's back at the thing. I don't know. He might be. Oh, yeah, he's coming. Come on. He's trying to one-shot us, which is so funny. Oh. Oh, he didn't one-hit kill us. Alright. Oh. Yeah, that's nice, brother. Uh-huh. Welcome to Dark Souls. It's so funny. Uh-huh. Thank you, Dark Souls. Oh, boy. It's funny, because he's doing the point down to try to say that we're bad at the game when we're, you know, effectively a level 1 player. Some people like jerking themselves off in this game, and you know what? You have fun, bud. I hope it was worth your time to kill someone making a video. Oh well, I guess. Like, thank you for helping me show off Dark Souls in a nutshell. Oh, that's so funny, though. Never change, Dark Souls community, never change. Oh, it despawned the dragon for some stupid reason, though. That sucks. Really? Really? Alright. Let's save and quit. Yeah, and it looks like his weapons weren't max upgraded, but like, again, he had infinite resources and supplies, so there was no chance we would have killed him. My guess is he probably had a +5 Estus Flask, so he would have healed any damage we would have done anyways. So, it's kind of null and void. Still, this works out, though. Now we can actually, you know, break the dragon tail and be on our way. Most invasions are gonna go like that, unfortunately. Until we're more powerful and can, like, actually do really good damage, we kind of don't stand a chance against any invader, because 9 out of 10... they probably are using cheat engine or twinking. So, like, sure, could I have beaten him? No. If he was not cheating, right? Like, if he wasn't actually cheating, and he was an honorable player who didn't just chug every 5 seconds with his 20 +5 Estus, sure, maybe we could have beaten him. But who knows? At the very least, he probably didn't have, you know, max health or anything, because he wouldn't have been able to. But the point is, the chances are slim that he actually, you know, would have died to us even had we actually tried to fight him. Our best bet would have been kicking him off the cliff, but he was a little smarter than that. And unfortunately, the kick in this game isn't super reliable, so there wasn't a great way for us to try to knock him off. So, oh well. It is interesting that I get to, you know, talk about and show that off already, though. That's super fun. That's where I'm hoping throughout the playthrough we actually do get invaded and can fight, you know, players who aren't just invading low-level players with endgame gear. But if you're going to play this game and be human with an internet connection, expect that to happen a lot. These games are kind of plagued with cheat engine, like, really badly. So, don't expect a fair fight ever. I'm surprised he wasn't just outright invincible. Most players just turn on infinite health and God mode. So, at least he didn't do that if he was cheating. And it didn't look like he was. He was just twinking, which, whatever. Whatever. And granted, clearly it was like, you know, a fun cosplay build. Like, oh, you get to fight Solaire, you know? It wasn't like, I'm using endgame pyromancy at level 1 to do 1,000,000 damage and kill you instantly. So, I at least will commend that. Guy had an ego problem, though. Like, pointing down at, you know, this right here. Like, yeah, sure, brother. You're, hope you sleep good at night. But hey, at least I got to show off what being invaded is like. So, you know. He at least wasn't too brutal. Like, again, he could have just walked up with pyromancy and one hit killed us, and that would have been that. So, at least in that regard, he was a good sport. Plus, it gives me something to talk about while we, shoot this dragon's tail for half an hour. It hopefully won't actually take that long, but as you could see, it takes a lot of arrows, because I believe it's based on the damage done to the tail, not the amount of hits. So, if you're not great with a bow, don't expect to be, doing this very fast. At least the hitbox is pretty generous. Now, funnily enough, we actually won't even be able to use this sword, just because I believe it requires 14 strength, and we certainly do not have that. So, oh well. And I want to say, too, you need to hit the, like, bottom area of the tail, not the top. So, like, if you hit any of that length, it won't work. So, you want to kind of aim for, like, this fat bit. Eventually, it will break off, and you will get the Drake sword. There are a lot of Drake weapons in the game. I believe there's a sword, a great sword, I think it's like an axe or a hammer. There's a couple of them throughout the game. Their entire gimmick is that they have 0 scaling, so like your stats don't matter, you just need the minimum to equip them. And then they usually have really big upfront damage. Generally too, when you, I believe, two-hand them, they're, I want to say they have a special attack on the left trigger or right trigger. I don't remember which it is. But they can usually do like a big like burst move or something. Like something cool that only they can do. So that's neat. The big thing is that those attacks use durability. So I guess watch out for that. But I figured it'd be something cool to mention. But yeah, this certainly does take a while. There's a good chance that maybe, you know, when I do post this or edit it, I will speed up the goofy invasion. Because while it was interesting to watch Solaire use a bow, it it kind of wasn't all that interesting. It was a good first showing, though. You know, for as far as invasions go in this game, it was a good first showing. So, you know, that's cool. Also, I don't remember if this game lets you do it. It might. But I know in some of the games, you can make it so it displays the person's, like, username, like their Steam name versus their character name. And I want to say in this game, it only displays character name. So, you know, that's cool. Now, if you want, you can, I believe, block people by going into your recently played with menu, like in Steam or even on Xbox or PlayStation. And you can just block people, and that'll, oh, there we go, prevent you from matching with them ever again. A lot of people do that for games like Elden Ring, because otherwise, with how these games work, it puts you in a pool of players. So, like, I'm in that guy's pool, so if he invades here again, there's a chance he'll just get me again. But anyways, here's the Drake sword. We can't effectively use it. And it's funny, because when you can't effectively use a weapon, usually you'll get like a funny fail animation, at least in the earlier games. In later games, they don't do that. But, yeah. So as you can see, compared to our longsword, which does 80 damage and has +8 scaling, this has 200 damage. If you notice, it has no parameter bonus. So, although we can't equip it, even if we could, it would only ever do 200 damage. However, This also, and I don't think it mentions it, but when you equip this, it raises our defense, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, for having it in our hand, it increases our physical defense a little, which is kind of cool. So yeah, that's the big thing. If you're really struggling early on in the game, buy some arrows, break the tail, and then use the Drake sword. It does require 16 strength, so be forewarned, but if you can use it, it's a pretty good weapon, at least early on. Because right now we're in the point where enemies don't have a lot of defense or HP, so 200 damage will cut through these guys like butter. I mean, like, seriously. Hot knife through butter is, you know, it's gonna feel pretty good. It's certainly a really big power increase for anyone who can use it right now. But like I said, it doesn't have any scaling. So after Undeadburg, basically after pulling the bells, you really don't want to use it anymore. It's going to drop off like a rock. Otherwise, if we head up this tower, we're going to find our second Black Knight, who has the Ultra Greatsword. This is the guy who parrying doesn't really work on. It does, but you need specific moves to parry, and his moveset is pretty varied. So don't expect to always parry him. I can try it. Like, there you go. Like, you can parry that one. But I think any of the moves where he specifically holds his sword with two hands, you can't parry. So, not so bad. Just be forewarned that not everything is parryable. Like, I think that move you can't parry specifically. Maybe you can, and I'm just misremembering, but I really don't want to risk it. Oh, it is parryable. Well, I risked it. Proved myself wrong. All the better. You can also backstab chain him. But, I mean, parrying is super easy. Also in the background, you can get a look at what's to come. Alright, buddy. Now, something interesting is these guys can actually drop their armor too, and weapons. So, we might get his greatsword, his shield, or a piece of his armor. It's super rare, but who knows? Aw, we didn't get it. Still, they always drop those Titanite chunks. So, it's usually worth fighting them, even if you don't really stand much of a chance. So, otherwise, this puts you right here. So, we already got this bonfire, so, no need for us to go that bottom route, but figured I'd show it off. Otherwise, coming up here, there's actually a really big skip you can do. If you notice, there's a gate that's above that big menacing boar. If you're quick, you can actually run underneath it and avoid an enemy who locks it. I'll show that off. So if I were you, run up here. Right past this guy. See that guy running? This dude with the long sword. He's going to run through here. And he's going to close the gate. Just like so. Now, normally the idea is you're not supposed to know he does that. And you're supposed to have to go the long way around. Because we've done this like so, once we kill this guy, he never respawns. So, if we now open the gate and grab the basement key, this will be permanently open to us. We never have to worry about it being closed again, which is super awesome. It also allows us to skip a pretty notorious section of the game. Granted, I'm of course going to show that off. I just wanted to show you that if you're clever, you can get here earlier than you should, which is really cool. It's awesome that this game rewards you for things like that. It's really nice. Now, if you're not like me and you don't have sorceries or magic or some other form of range, this hog is kind of an issue. He's very quick, does a lot of damage, but he's pretty susceptible to magic, at least compared to physical attacks. Should we hit him, he'll basically bounce right off. He does, however, have one glaring weakness. His asshole, which, if you line it up better, I think because we're on the stairs, you can actually backstab him like so. It's one of the goofiest things in the game, But most people don't know you can do that, nor do they have the health or defense to survive him. So usually, what most folks do is you come up here and grab this item here. These are alluring skulls. As the name suggests, they attract certain types of enemies. So, to try it out, should you aim at this fire and throw the alluring skull, it'll make a little thing. That usually makes the pig target it and run into the fire and kill himself. This is the intended method to deal with the pig. It's kind of hilarious. Come on, piggy. Yep. And there you go. Fried hog. It's useful, and it's cool that they give you an item and give you a really nice place to show it off. I really like it. I think Dark Souls 1, despite some of the cheap things they do in this game, is kind of one of the best designed games for something like that. Like, sure. Don't get me wrong, there's some bullshit later in the game, and they punish you for a lot of dumb things. But early on, I feel the game is really fairly balanced, and it really takes its time to show you a lot of different things. For instance here, you're supposed to run after this guy, and for being so hasty, the idea is you get ambushed by a bunch of other ones. It's cool, and I really like how the game builds it up like that. From earlier in my goodness, choking on my own words, probably because I haven't drank water in a little minute. But, earlier in Undeadburg, you were supposed to learn that these guys resort to pack tactics like that, and to be wary of ever seeing them by themselves. It's a really cool just showing of how the world is, and it makes sense when you think about it. It's just one of those details that I really notice and super appreciate in games. So, that's kind of why I like to show it off and talk about it here. They're not all that hard, especially when you're fighting them one-on-one. But if you come in here completely unprepared, they can really blindside you, and they do a lot of damage. Their entire gimmick is that they attack really quickly and, you know, have a lot of multi-hit moves. Their damage adds up really quickly. Now, obviously, because we have our humanities, we don't take squat for damage, but normally they can shred through you incredibly quickly. And if you don't do the little gate method, you have to come this way in order to progress. So be careful. Otherwise, here's a new enemy. The Balder Knights. These guys have a couple different versions. This one has a rapier, which I don't care about. There's another variant of these dudes that has a sword I actually really care about. It's called the Balderside Sword, and frankly, in this game, it's kind of the direct upgrade to the longsword, and I would recommend getting one if you plan on using the longsword. It's primarily a dex-based weapon, but it's basically everything the longsword is, but better. It is insane. Also, if you notice, he was in that weird little stance there. That's a parrying stance. Most enemies won't just parry you like we can parry them. They'll usually throw out some sort of tell that lets you know, hey, if you hit me with something, I'm going to parry you guaranteed. If you noticed, I did a jumping attack. Jumping attacks, regardless of the weapon, cannot be parried. So if you see someone who's very parry happy, like in PvP, or an enemy who has a parrying stance, use a jumping attack. It'll get through them, which is super useful to know. Like I said, this game has a lot of hidden little things like that, where it's like, you're not supposed to know about certain techniques until you've really played it and experimented. And I think it's awesome that the game does that. It really rewards you for playing through the game more than once. Also, this is the guy who has the sword. That sword he has is an awesome weapon, and I really want it. That's kind of why I stuck with the humanity for as long as I did, is because frankly it has an incredibly low drop rate, and I really want it. So there's a good chance I'm going to be sitting here for a bit and trying to farm it. This is also how you normally get here to the other side of the gate. Plus, you get the halberd here, which is super nice. It's a really good weapon. Oops, mistimed that. There we go. Not so bad. And then here, there's another knight there, but there's also one here in the corner. That guy won't progress until usually you get a little further in. So lure this guy out and then deal with him. It's one of those sneaky things that the game, you know, it's trying to punish you and teach you for being so quick. It's like, hey, learn that there's an enemy here and then deal with it better in the future. It's one of those things that on a first time playthrough, it's probably going to frustrate you, and understandably so. This game is not intended to be fair. It's meant to challenge you and really make you, you know, see if you got the stones for it. But I like that. Ooh, we got his hat. Very fun. So otherwise, rather than going, you know, straight down the middle, let's show the path most people take. Usually, they don't see this route and just keep on going, like, oh boy, here's where to go. And to be fair, I think that's a good bit of design, because what's this way is actually very useful. And frankly, it makes a lot more sense to go this way than going up down that middle area first. Come on. Look at how tanky these dudes are early on. Come on. There we go. Because at this point, you're probably thinking to yourself, man, my weapons are just not doing the damage I need. Like, obviously my spells are still doing pretty okay, but frankly, you come in here, you see this big dude, and you're like, whoa, I don't think I can beat him. I'm barely doing, you know, 20 damage to these little dudes. That big guy, he's gonna grind me into mincemeat. So then, you know, you fight him, you start losing, and you're like, oh man, I gotta run away. And you start coming this way, and you're like, oh boy, I sure hope, you know, there's nothing this way. Run and run and run, and down here, sweet, sweet bonfire. Frankly, this is a bonfire that I would recommend boosting and kindling. Even if you don't have the right of kindling, I would still recommend kindling this. You're gonna be here a lot, and frankly, this bonfire is a really good place to be. You're gonna be coming here a lot, and frankly, this is the replacement bonfire for when Firelink stops working. There we go. And I figure, hey, we get the added bonus of having all this humanity, so it'll help us. Obviously, you probably see this big building, so let's check it out. Ooh, there's a fella here. Hey there, fella. How you doing?
Oh, forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall, or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
So yeah, like he says, this gate won't open. This is actually where you come once you've rung both bells. And speaking of, we've been hearing that bell ring quite a bit. Interestingly, that's actually other players throughout the game ringing the bell, which I think is a really cool detail. So every time you hear the bell ring, that means another player rung the bell, which is really cool. Otherwise, further on down, we meet one of the most helpful NPCs in the game, Andre of Astora.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astora. If it requires fitting, then speak to me.
And we certainly do. He's going to allow us to reinforce our weapons, which obviously makes them stronger, which thank goodness. Reinforcing your weapons not only increases the base damage, but it usually increases the parameter bonus as well, so it's a good idea to do this. Granted, like I said, I actually want that Balder sword. So, oops, didn't mean to do that. So while I could upgrade our longsword, it would be a waste of our Titanite. Also, if you notice, different weapons require different things. Normal weapons, daggers, short swords, anything that's not special in nature, require Titanite. The Drake sword requires dragon scales. And I don't know if we have a weapon that requires it yet. But eventually, there are other weapons, and even armor, that require twinkling Titanite, which is separate from everything else. There's also, as I've clicked a couple times, modify equipment. It says a special ember is required for blacksmiths to ascend weapons. So in this game, in order to make weapons stronger or different, you need embers. Once you get a weapon to +5, you need a large ember to make it +10, and then a larger ember to make it +15. Weapons can also be imbued with elements in different attributes. So, it makes sense that, you'd need different embers to actually do that. The smiths themselves aren't magic, it's the embers they work with. So, just something I figured I'd mention. Otherwise, let's repair our gear. Because frankly, I've been kind of neglecting this. And as you can see, a lot of our stuff isn't all that damaged. It takes a while. He also can teach you a gesture, and he sells equipment, specifically Titanite shards. He also has some special things. The Crest of Artorias, which opens a sealed door in Heart of Forest. Fair enough. Plus, he has the Weaponsmith box, which allows you to reinforce weapons at a bonfire. Useful, kind of. And the Armorsmith box. They're useful, but you won't be able to do smithing like they do. You can't ascend or modify weapons yourself. You always have to go to a smith for that. Otherwise, he sells some pretty good weapons. Longsword, broadsword, bastard sword, battle axe, warpick, the cestus, the pike. Just generally good stuff. He also sells arrows. Most merchants do. Yeah, he's a super helpful NPC.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
And yeah, he'll always be here. Otherwise, you can go down there to go to the forest, or we can keep progressing up here to go to the belfry, where the first bell is. Now, otherwise, like I said, I want to farm those Balder Knights to try to get their sword, because frankly, I want to use that weapon throughout basically the entire game. It's really that good. The longsword isn't bad, mind you. And, hey there, guy. Didn't expect to see you. We'll, use our magic to deal with you. Ooh. I'm kind of surprised he's still out here, but, this made him extremely easy. So, whoops. Normally, you just kind of treat him like most other big enemies. Strafe around to the right, hit him in the back. It's nothing so hard. Still, he drops Titanite, so that's useful. He's also a unique enemy in the fact that he doesn't respawn. Not all enemies respawn when you rest at a bonfire. Some are permanently dead, like the gate guy or him. So while these, normal mooks will come back every time, the big guy won't. So that's useful. Something nice to keep in mind, at least. Come on. There you go. Yeah, and then otherwise, right through this door, you can find the Balder Knights. Ooh, and here is an actual player. This is, yep. Now, if that is an actual Steam username, my apologies. I might just blur that out just in case, but, who knows. Otherwise, where the Black Knight was, is the first intended Firekeeper soul. So, we'll want to make sure to use that when we go back to Firelink. Otherwise, here's the delicious Balder Knights with the sword I want. Ow! And the mage? So yeah, that dude's up there, and he's kind of a pain. He's another enemy who doesn't respawn, but we can't do too much about him right this instant. Oh, and we're being invaded. Well, this is awkward. I guess let me try to kill these guys quickly. Fuck, this is bad. Uh-oh. This is not good. I don't know where he is, but, hopefully he's not terribly close by. Oh, he is. Well, that's no good. Well, I suppose... Let's, oh, he's twinking. Uh-oh. That's bad. Yeah, we may as well just die now. Works out for the best. Yeah, so he has, those little blue floating balls he had. Those are incredibly dangerous. And, we stood no chance against them. So, it's for the best that I just let the knights do me in. So, yeah. Basically, each one of those little orbs probably would have done about 500 to 600 damage to us. So, 2 of them would have killed us. Again, the average Dark Souls experience right there. So, don't be too surprised that that happened. But, that's the risk you run about being human. So, you know. At least he waited for the Black Knight to be dead. So, that's cool. And yeah, that's one thing too, is like, especially when you first start the game and you're in these early areas, you find so many people doing that. So don't be surprised if you, get invaded by someone you just have no chance of killing. It sucks, but it is what it is. Later games in the series have things to try to prevent that, much to some people's ire. Dark Souls 2 is specifically the worst at doing that, because it has something called soul memory, which just screws you over. But games like Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring, they have systems that are a little better for the player in that regard. So, it is what it is. And like I said, you can go through the entire game never becoming human, if you really want. So, really, it is a choice of the player. If you don't want to be invaded, then don't go human. Or if you don't want to be invaded by players specifically, then just don't go human online. Man, come on. It's kind of bullshit that he can target us and we can't target him, like, at all. So maybe we need to go deal with him. So all you gotta do is head up these stairs, deal with this Balder Knight. Because until you kill him, it's kind of impossible to farm these guys, like, effectively. Come on. Nice parrying stance. If you notice, he missed because we were at a different height. Ooh, well, we got the rapier. That's nice, I guess. But, height angles matter in this game. Ooh, we can actually hit him through here. That's nice. I'll do this all day, buddy. Now, if you notice, he did like a little casting thing there. If you can guess, there's a lot of those little pygmy dudes around that are gonna mess you up if you rush in. You can see him, one standing behind him, which is supposed to be your big, you know, cue and tell of like, hey, be a little careful, because when you rush in here, here they all come. And if you see they got that buff, that's really gonna increase their damage. So be careful. If you have magic or any form of range, I would suggest using it now. Also, if you notice, even with all of our humanity, notice how much damage they did to me. These guys would one-shot you if you had base health. It's kind of insane. Maybe not completely one-shot, but I mean, they would do a lot of damage that, frankly, you don't want to see. Otherwise, hey there, body. I will say, I do love the ragdoll in this game. And up here, you get a large soul of a nameless soldier. Very useful. And I figure while we're already up here, may as well explore the rest of it. Hey, guy. I'd like your sword, please. Or wait. No, you have a rapier. Never mind. You can usually tell what kind of Boulder Knight they are based on their shield. See? There's that height difference. There we go. Not so bad. Yeah, if they have a buckler, they have a rapier. If they have the Baldur shield, then they have the Baldur sword. Not so hard to remember. Otherwise, back here, we have a nice little humanity. Super useful. The game is pretty darn generous with them. I won't lie. And up here, we have a golden knight.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
Sure. You can use our mystery key.
Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lautrec of Karim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later.
All right, well, see you later then. Have a good one, buddy. I got some Baldur Knights to go farm. And farm we shall. Now, something I should do, assuming I want to farm in this area, is go up here and fight the boss. When you beat the boss of an area, you make it so you can no longer be invaded in the area that they protected. So if I want to be human and run around here, I could go around all day, and I would never be invaded. But that's not what I want to do yet, because obviously that's going to lead to a big fight that we aren't prepared for. So instead, let's take this elevator, see where this goes. Frankly, say hello to one of the best shortcuts in the game. Because as you might recognize, we're all the way back in Firelink Shrine. That's also why that one bonfire where Andre is so good. You can come right here, basically, and everything's right here. It's super nice. Oh, and hey, you got here fast. How's it going?
Ah, hello there. I have your reward. Please, accept it.
Thanks.
I am grateful to you for freeing me. Not enough for you? Well, let's not be greedy now.
So if you can't already tell by his sinister laugh, this guy is no good. He also drops what is debatably the best or second best ring in the game, the Ring of Favor and Protection. The ring increases your HP, stamina, and equip load. It's obscenely good. The only problem is once you equip it, you can never take it off, otherwise it breaks forever. Most people at this point in the game, especially if you've played it before, kick him right off this cliff. They literally just 1, 2, and he's dead. You reload the game, his items are all right here, you get the ring nice and early. However, by doing that, you inadvertently hurt our dear Firekeeper. I'll be showing this later, but I want things to play out how they normally would. Right now, we'll reinforce our Estus Flask and ignore Lautrec. We'll deal with him later. Just make no mistake, he is a bad dude. So, if you think he is, well, he is. Still, hey Petrus, good to see you. We got some knights to go farm. Right up we go. And so now, if you notice, on our return trip up, there's a sister elevator. So yeah, this is just a really great shortcut. One thing people love about Dark Souls 1 is its interconnectivity. You can get to so many different places so quickly in so many different ways, and it's really cool. frankly, it's kind of a marvel of game design that a lot of people are like, man, I wish that was still happening in the Souls games. And some of them have it to a lesser extent, but it's certainly more rare than it ever was. Ooh, I'm drawing a little more heat than I should be. Still, it's what we got spells for. Back up, let the magic do the work. You should be all good. Now, if you don't have magic, you're probably doing a lot more damage than I am right now, because you're probably using bigger weapons. But, well, you'll find a way to get the job done, so I ain't too worried about it. Be resourceful. Ooh, and if you notice, these dudes drop Titanite shards fairly often. So frankly, I like farming them because you'll get the upgrade materials you need really quickly from them. Plus, you can go rest where Andre is, refill your Estus. Like, it's just a great area. And frankly, it's really rewarding to go out of your way to try to get this weapon specifically. Plus, these guys can drop their stuff, which you can sell if you really want. But, yeah. Ideally, if we get the sword quick, then we can go fight the boss, which are gargoyles. I think I've said it once or twice by accident already, but you fight gargoyles up on top of the roof. It's quite a famous fight, so it wouldn't surprise me if you already knew about it. But if you didn't, we'll be fighting some gargoyles. So, that's cool. And yeah, there's another thing too. Heavy Soul Arrow kills these dudes in one hit. So, it'll make farming pretty darn fast. So otherwise, let's head on down, see our buddy Andre, and then get a farming, shall we? Now, admittedly, there's going to be a lot of downtime with this game, where it's just a lot of this. A lot of, alright, we're running back and forth. Alright, we're going from A to B. Because early on, they really make it kind of a pain. Also, I think I'm going to go out of my way. Level up again. Just because why not? And so, like, at certain points of the game, if I'm missing a bunch of money or if we need a bunch of humanity, I'm just going to use the duplication trick just to speed things up. Because, frankly, Dark Souls 1 is kind of slow. Now, my average playthrough is around 8 to 16 hours. So, I mean, it's not the slowest, but it's not the fastest either. When you know what you're doing, Dark Souls is actually a fairly short game. It has a lot to offer, but a lot of the reason that a lot of people don't get through the game is because it's, one, super unfair and brutal, and two, because you're dying so much, you're redoing so many of the same sections over and over and over again. And so a lot of the playtime comes from just that, repeating things you've already done so many times. Plus, admittedly, early on, the game has a really bad backtracking problem. Which isn't terrible in the grand scheme of things, but it's not as attractive as it is in certain games like, say, Super Metroid or Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door. You know, games where it's like, when you backtrack, you might find things you missed before, or you can show off new skills and techniques and really show how much more powerful you've become. In Dark Souls, it's kind of just like, man, I sure hope I don't get slaughtered by these dudes I struggled with hours ago. So, you know. Ooh, Balder leggings, very nice. Not that I'd need those, but, well, is what it is. Now, usually, for reference, I just kill these first first 4 knights, and then I run back to Andre. Frankly, this is a long walk, so, my apologies if it gets boring. This might be a segment that, honestly, I'd speed up in, editing, but I guess we'll see. Part of me kind of wants to leave this entire series unedited, just so that way you get the full, genuine Dark Souls experience. Like, this is in fact what you're going to be experiencing should you play this game yourself. There's no fast forwarding, there's no extra little tricks or ways to make it faster. It is what it is, you know? Still, I think it lets you appreciate the game. You get to see some of the art, some of the nice areas, at least when you're not, you know, getting your, I guess, ass handed to you. And to be fair, I mean, I think these early segments are pretty darn fair. The biggest thing that a lot of people struggle with in this game is that there's not a lot of direction. They kind of just throw you in and say, go crazy. And then a lot of people go straight to the graveyard. And, you know, they start dying a bunch. And then they go, you know, down the way into New Londo Ruins, run out of transient curses. Or if they start with the Master Key, they go straight to Blighttown by complete accident. Even then, whenever people play the game, they still might just, you know, totally go the wrong way or get lost or, you know, really struggle with the game. It's a very different type of game to a lot of things. I mean, usually in games, you know, third-person action games, let's say, such as like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta or God of War, right? Just as, you know, some examples that maybe aren't super apt. The point is, usually the player is a lot stronger than anything they encounter this early, you know. And normally those games offer difficulty settings for if you aren't, you know, a good gamer or something, right? Dark Souls is unique in the fact that, frankly, there is no difficulty setting. You're playing it the same as everybody else. The only way to make the game more difficult and to increase difficulty is to actually beat it and then start a new game plus cycle. So, if you want the game to be harder, well, you have to have beaten the game, which I think is really nice. It means that you're ready for more of a challenge, which is cool. Also, I'm not entirely sure which is faster, taking the elevator or running back to Andre. It's certainly a lot easier on my hands to take the elevator, so maybe I'll just do that. Maybe in post I'll throw up a little timer and compare the two segments. I don't know. Could be fun. Either way, we have plus 20 Estus flasks at both of these, so it's not terrible. It's not terrible at all. Now, granted, if I don't get the Balderside sword soon-ish, let's say, then I might just call it good and say, yeah, we'll go for the Belfray with, you know, our long sword and magic. Because frankly, with 60 soul arrows and 12 heavy soul arrows, you can easily beat the gargoyles. They're not all that bad. Plus, if you're human, you can summon Solaire, and I believe other players. So, I say I believe other players just because there's usually people around. It's usually a pretty active area if the invasions are anything to go off of. Usually where there's invaders, there's other players, so, you know. The item? No? Darn. Ideally, you don't get the aggro of the rapier one, and you just leave them. I am playing this very risky right now. Well, let's hope it pays off, huh? Oh, it went right over him. That's the one bad thing about magic sometimes, is the tracking isn't always there. Kind of goofy, but is what it is. I guess now for reference, we'll run back to Andre? It probably is quicker going to Andre. That elevator feels really long. And to be fair, it would be quicker if I had more stamina too, going this way. Yeah, there's no way this is slower. Alright, well, it's probably go to Andre is the better option. There's another thing, too, I love about this game. Although I've been talking for most of it, there's a lot of great ambiance. Music is subtle. It's used in the right places and not too often. It's not like every 5 seconds you're hearing some epic score that's making things seem a lot grander than it is, like when you're just walking in a field to your next destination. It's like, no, like they use music very appropriately in a whole lot of different locations to really make sure you're feeling something. Whether it be music for some of the first bosses or, you know, new areas that are supposed to make you feel comforted and at home. That's why there's music at, say, Firelink Shrine and not here. You're supposed to just hear the ambience of the world. Footsteps, sounds of nature, everything else. And I really like that about the game. Most people kind of forget about that stuff because, you know, oopsies, you've died for the 80th time going through the same area, but it is nice when you do stop and appreciate it. Even if it's maybe not immediately obvious. Come on, baby. Red Witch needs him a sword tonight. Well, I guess we'll kill you while we're at it. There you go, buddy. Notably, he's actually pretty resistant to magic, which is kind of interesting that this one specifically is a little more resistant. Alright, well. That wasn't super worth our time. Granted, you do get a fair amount of souls from these guys. They drop Titanite shards, and they can give you new pieces of armor and weapons, obviously. So, like, if you take your time and farm here, it's not a bad idea. One thing that I see a lot of people, maybe not complain about, but notice, is that if you're really struggling with the game, you might have to stop and farm. If you blow through an area, beat the boss, and keep all your souls, and you're not dying over and over and over again, you usually accrue souls pretty darn fast and can level up at a pretty steady rate. The thing is, though, like I said, if you're not doing that, like if you're really struggling in an area, and you just keep dying and dying, and you can't keep your souls, and it's kind of just hopeless for you, you might need to just stop and fight easier enemies to make it so you can actually progress. Sometimes a couple extra stats here and there really make all the difference. Maybe a new weapon, some armor, who knows? But that's one of the unique things about this game. There's no one-size-fits-all. You're going to find things that you're better with and that you like way more than certain other things. I'm using magic and a longsword right now, and the Mask of the Mother. You might be buck naked with a two-handed greatsword for all I know. Your playthrough and whatever else you do in this game could be totally different from mine, and I think that's what makes this game so special. Is it's really customizable. While you might be going through the same areas, how you handle them is totally up to you. You can use a bow, magic, daggers, you name it. Anything that helps get you through an area is not a bad thing to use. If it's a cheap strat that works, frankly, I don't think it's all that cheap. I mean, you know, obviously don't boot up cheat engine and just type God mode and, you know, make yourself unkillable, but like, if you're actually playing the game, you know. Granted, getting 99 humanity and infinite souls and being max level at the start of the game, that's a little cheap. I'm not gonna lie. But I think once I beat, no, I think we'll get rid of our humanity before we fight the gargoyles. I think that sounds fair. We'll upgrade our weapon once we get it. Go fight the gargoyle, like, we'll kill ourselves, lose our humanity, fight the gargoyles. I think that'll be good. That'll be good. Obviously, we're already at, you know, a +2 Estus Flask with 20 uses, so it's not like, you know, don't have an advantage already. But, like, I want to show you what their normal damage looks like at this point in the game. At least for someone who's level 23-ish. Which I feel is fair for where we're at. Most people would be around 20 to 30-ish right now, I feel. So, if I drop all the humanity, I think you'll get a pretty accurate measure of what it's like to be at this part in the game. Now, you may not have leveled your HP almost exclusively like I did, but you'll get the idea. Also, too, for anyone who's playing not like a squishy mage character, I say squishy, you know, a relatively unarmored mage character, you'll probably be taking less damage anyways. because you have heavier armor than I do. At least maybe. Who knows? Maybe you're deprived and you're just using the base club for the entire game. I don't know. Like I said, that's some of the beauty of it. Come on, baby. Nothing. Darn. Oh, well. Ooh, listen to that. Yeah, like I said, every time we hear that bell ring, that's another player somewhere in the world ringing that bell too, which is really cool. Honestly, I might upgrade our stamina a little. Maybe get to like 100 stamina. That would be nice. Would be really nice. Yeah, see just the ting of the hammer, the sound of the bonfire from far away. Oh, the ambiance is so good in this game. Ooh. Come on, baby. Woohoo. Also, too, I can't think of any other game that lets me play a spell sword, like, straight up just like this. Like, there's no other game really like this. Where it's like, yeah, you can just use whatever from any class with any item, any armor set. Usually it's pretty defined of like, oh, you are the paladin. You are the warrior. You are the mage, you know? It's rare to find a game where you have this level of customizability. And I think that's really awesome. Honestly, the only game I can think of that's even remotely close to this is something like Baldur's Gate, where you can multi-class and do a whole bunch of other things. Which obviously Baldur's Gate is just Dungeons and Dragons. Depending on, you know, what game you play, you're getting varying editions. Baldur's Gate 3, for instance, is a modified 5th edition. So, like, there's a lot of freedom in it. Come on, baby. All I'm saying is I like that I can play an Eldritch Knight and it's effective. I like using swords and magic together. It also makes sense why, you know, Celis is one of my favorite characters in Final Fantasy VI, and, you know, any character similar to that is usually super enjoyed by me. Raven in Tales of Vesperia, or even like... Well, I'm kind of out of examples off the top of my head, but when I think of them, I'll mention them. I guess Link, honestly, he's a pretty good example. Like in Zelda 2, he has spells and does sword play. Even in games like Ocarina of Time, he has a couple spells. Point is, I like versatility with my character. I don't like locking myself into just one thing. It can be fun to do that, don't get me wrong. Glass cannon or a pure mage or, you know, something that's specialized can be really good and, you know, super useful depending on how you do it and what you do it with. But I like having a character that can do a little bit of everything. Honestly, another really good example is like a red mage from any of the Final Fantasies. Do a bit of sword play, equip some pretty decent armor, have both healing and damaging magic. They're honestly probably where my love of this stuff started. I mean, obviously I mentioned Celis. Final Fantasy VI, like, awesome game. At some point, I'll probably play through that too, to be honest. I would love to do Final Fantasy VI. I would just need to replay it and, you know, remember it a lot better than I currently do. I think I last played that game when I was like, I don't know, 14 or something. Like, it was years ago. So, well, I remember the broad strokes. There'd be a lot of little things, especially toward the end of the game, that I really do not remember. Like, oh my goodness. That's where I'm like, I could get through, like, the first act of the game decently well, but the minute we got to, like, the other world, I mean, I wouldn't know what to do. At least probably. That'd be one I'd probably have to practice for. Or at least look up a guide and, you know, kind of follow it. Which, honestly, you know what? I'm gonna just say that right now. No shame in using a guide. Like, honestly. There's so many games that are designed around you specifically using a guide for certain things. Like, I mentioned Tales of Vesperia earlier. Great example. There are so many little side quests in that game that, frankly, how in the hell would you know what to do, when to do it, and where to do it in that game unless you just spent hours returning to every single town after you did any little thing in that game? Like, don't get me wrong, love Tales of Vesperia, but oh my gosh, some of the side quests that you can miss, kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. But, like I said, it's from that era where, you know, buy the strategy guide, get the thing that teaches you how to, you know, get through the game and play it with little frustration, you know. It was a marketing tactic, which I understand. And plus, I mean, nowadays, you can just go online, type in game facts, or hell, even just type in, you know, name of game plus area, and or, you know, side quests, missables, anything like that, and you can usually figure things out pretty easily. Like, if you type in, like, Dark Souls 1, hidden walls or something, you know, there'll probably be, like, a whole guide that's like, oh, and here there's a hidden wall, and if you go here and do this, you can discover another item, and here's this strategy for beating this boss super easily, and, you know, there's guides, there's walkthroughs, there's so many different things, and frankly, I don't think you should ever be ashamed of wanting to enjoy a game just because you're, you know, doing it blind and want to experience it as it would have been, you know? It's a lot better to just take a minute and look something up than to completely halt your gameplay and smash your head against a brick wall, I think. And look, to be fair, totally your choice, you know? Like, when you're playing the game, if that's the experience you want, if you want to just tough it out and brute force it, more power to you. Sometimes that can be really fun, to be honest. Especially if it's like a really hard boss or something, and it's like you want that sense of accomplishment, which also, admittedly, is kind of what made Dark Souls, I think, such a popular series, is because you get that in spades with these games. You know, more power to you. Like, I think that's awesome. But at the same time, if it's like, you know, I'm just lost in this game and I have no idea where to go, and it's detracting from your experience, like, honestly, at that point, just look something up, you know, save yourself the trouble. It's not worth it trying to go out of your way and just being stubborn about it, you know. Like, sure, when you're done, you might get that sense of accomplishment and that, you know, really good feeling of like, yeah, I did this, I figured it out. But there's also the chance you get the complete opposite of just being frustrated and you're like, yeah, I hate this game, I never want to play it or touch it again. And I mean, ultimately, I think that's the thing most of us want to avoid when we play a game. It's like, man, especially if it's something you've been enjoying up to that point too, and it's just like there's, you know, let's say that section. Also, man, I gotta pay more attention rather than focusing on my conversation. But, you know, a lot of games have that part that make you consider, like, man, do I really want to play this game because I know I'm gonna have to do that part. There's a lot of games that I feel have that too, and don't get me wrong, this game absolutely has that part. A certain bed later on in the game. For anyone who's played, you absolutely know what I'm talking about. But, point is, even, like, you know, that part in a lot of games, usually it's not so bad because it's just, you know, that part. Usually can be summed up as like, oh, it's one little section, I know how to deal with it, I can get through it. It's all good. It's annoying when I have to face it, but I at least have struggled before it, you know, before in it, and I know what I'm doing, so I can get through it quicker or easier. So, you know, there's ups, there's downs to it. Also, as you can see, even with 96 humanity, these guys don't like dropping their stuff very often. Oh, come on. Give me your sword. Give me your sword. No, now's not the time to chug. Now's the time to drop your sword. Please? Oh, the shield. I mean, it's similar, but it's not quite what I was looking for. Oh, well. I think we got their whole armor set at this point. Except I think barring the chest, yeah. Oh, well. Still, we've already amassed quite a decent amount of things, so that's cool. Plus, that's another fun thing about games like this. You never know what weird or wacky items you're going to get from enemies. Like, you might have an idea of, like, oh, I'm going to get this guy's item. I'm going to get these things, you know, like, you can go out of your way, like I'm doing currently, and farm an item. You know, you can totally be like, I want this sword. I'm going to go out of my way to kill this guy over and over and over again and get it, right? But naturally, as you're just playing through the game, you never know what enemies are going to drop. I mean, you might know, like, that they can drop it, but you never know if they're gonna. And so, like, for instance, like the Black Knights, right? They could have dropped their weapons. And obviously they didn't for me, but they could have for you. And if they did, that's a whole other thing that you have that I don't, that could totally change your playthrough, which is really cool. I think it makes every playthrough of Dark Souls unique enough, and just, you know, that smidge bit of randomness that really makes it fun rather than frustrating. Now, obviously, if you're doing a playthrough and you're like, I'm only going to use Black Knight weapons and gear, then, good luck, because they may never drop them. You know, you might just be so unlucky. But if you're just like, oh, I'm going through the game casually, kind of like we are right now, and it's like, oh man, he dropped his sword, or, oh, I got this sweet piece of armor now, you know? It's like, that's cool. That's awesome. Like, I love that about games like this. And sure, it can be frustrating, you know, like right now, like, oh man, I'm not getting the sword I want, you know? It's taking forever, and, you know, I feel like I'm wasting time. But that's where you gotta look at the positives, right? Stop, listen to the music, you're getting souls, you're getting, you know, reinforcement items, you're getting better at dealing with these enemies, you're learning the area more and more. There's positives to it, you know? Sure, you could be pessimistic, like, oh, I've spent an hour and so long just fighting the same enemy, and oh, this sucks, and oh, this game is a piece of shit, and I hate it, and you know, you could be negative, but it's not going to get you anywhere, and to be fair, I think you know that. Sometimes it is easy to give into the frustration like that, though. I mean, like, if you've had a stressful day, and, you know, you just need to unwind and relax, maybe steer away from Dark Souls. But to be fair, for some people, it's cathartic playing a game like this. I know it is for me. Like, this is one game I can play just about any day and enjoy my time in. But to be fair, I feel like I'm a pretty optimistic and, you know, carefree kind of person. Like, obviously there's stuff I care about, but I'm not going to sit here worrying because, you know, oh, my game, I died, you know. Oh, I died again and again and again. Like, it might be a little annoying or frustrating, but it's not something that I'm going to be like, wow, you know, like, this ruined my day. It's just going to be like, it happened. I'll try again, I'll get better. But to be fair, I know some people aren't like that, you know? Not everyone can do that, and that's fair. That's totally fair. Plus, too, the nice thing about this being, like, you know, a video is you can just skip this. Like, if you really don't want to see me farm the sword for, you know, an hour, 2 hours, half an hour, however long it actually ends up taking, you can just skip it, which is nice. That's why I like, you know, doing videos and stuff like this, is that if there's a part you don't want to see, then you don't have to, which is super great. Come on, baby. Titanite shard. A buckler. That's kind of cool. And Titanite. Darn. How much are we up to now? We have 13. Not bad. Not bad at all. Also, if you noticed, we have some chunks, which reinforce a weapon to plus 14. So they go in tiers. So you have Titanite shards, then you have large Titanite shards, then chunks, and then finally a slab for plus 15. Those are rare. Notably, this is the only game, I think, in the series? No, I think you can in Dark Souls 2 as well. But it's much easier in this game. You can infinitely farm Titanite slabs, so you can get as many weapons and items in this game as you want to the max level. In later installments, i.e. Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, you can only get a set number of weapons, specifically to their max level. So, you know, that kind of sucks. Granted, this game is missing one vital component that those games do have, which is respecing your character. you know, respecializing, you know, doing them, changing where you put points. So, like, if you mess up in this game, you have to restart the entire game and make a new character, play through the whole thing, just because, oopsies, you know, put too many points in the wrong stat that you don't use or didn't, you know, think you wouldn't use at the time. That's why, too, I wanted to show the soul duplication trick so early, is just so that way you knew, like, hey, if I mess up seriously, I can easily just get my character back to the same level and run through everything again. It is nice for that. And trust me, I've played through the game plenty of times by using that trick and just leveling myself to, like, a crazy high level, like 120 or something, and just plowing through the game. It's so satisfying. But at the same time, I've struggled through the game before too. So, you know, I've seen both sides of the coin. Ultimately, have fun with it, you know? And that's where, like, well, I do give, you know, people some shit for using things like cheat engine, especially for invasions. I mean, like, fuck that, there's no excuse. But, like, if you're going to play a game like Dark Souls, right? And you want to enjoy it, and frankly, you don't want to worry about struggling, set yourself to offline, boot up cheat engine, just get through it, you know? Like, if that's what you gotta do to enjoy the game, then do it. You know? It's not the end of the world. You paid the money, experience the damn game, right? Obviously, like I said, don't go online with stuff like that. Like, knock that shit off. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. But, like, if you just want to get through the game and see it, you know, then go crazy. Like, whatever. At the end of the day, you know, at the end of the day, my goodness, it's a game, right? Like, yeah, sure, it's fun, but if you're so frustrated with a segment that it's like, I can't even think straight, you know, I have a headache and it's just whatever, like, do what you gotta to enjoy it, you know? Now, obviously, if your enjoyment of the game comes at the suffering of others, maybe don't do that, you know? Like, it's one thing if you get good at the PvP and you invade people on level and, you know, you're doing it throughout a playthrough. Like, that's one thing. Like, I've seen some cool challenges where it's like, the only way I can get humanity is by invading other players and winning. Like, that's cool, right? But if you're like, oh yeah, I just turn on my cheat engine, I can't die, and I put my damage to 1,000,000 and just one-shot, you know, low-level players, and I just do that for hours and hours and hours, that's kind of shitty. I mean, not even kind of, that is shitty. Like, don't do that. Don't be that guy. Like, come on, you know? Don't be that guy. And especially, too, with, like, later games, that's a really good way to get reported and, like, banned from shit. So, like, you know, maybe don't do that. Granted, they never take action against cheaters, like, actually, but still. Point is, don't be a bad person. You know? Like, don't do it. Now, it's one thing, right? If it's, like, you're playing with your friends specifically, like if you're in a local area network only, right? You're only connected to your other friends, and you're like, you know, 3 PCs, and 2 of you are going through the game together, and 1 of you has God mode, and you're invading constantly, right? Like, that's fun, okay? That's fun, because that's a self-made and inflicted and imposed challenge. But when you're doing it to just random people online, it's like, man, what are you doing? You know? And granted, these are just random bullshit scenarios that I'm coming up with and talking about, because I'm trying to pass the time while we do something really boring and farm an enemy. But you get the idea, right? I think my grand point is that it's like, the game is a lot of fun. There's a ton of different ways to enjoy it and experience it and play it. But, you know, do so not at the cost of others' overall enjoyment. Like, obviously invasions are a natural part of the game. A lot of people bitch and moan about it, but it's like, this is the game you're playing, right? It's part of it, it's natural. It is what it is. Like, that is Dark Souls, okay? You're getting invaded. If you're human, you're gonna like it, right? But it's a complete other, you know, story when it's like, you get invaded and there's 0% chance you can win. Same with, like, people who twink and shit, you know? Like, oh man, I'm level 1 and I went to the end of the game and, you know, beat everything and I'm so good, or, you know, and I have endgame weapons and I can invade people and one-shot them. It's like, I mean, yeah, like, good for you, but, like, really? Really? Like, you did all that work and effort just to say you can trash on level 1 players? Like, really, dude? Really? You know? It's like, oh, big man bullying the 6-year-old on the playground when you're like, you know. It's like a 30-year-old walking up to some kid on the playground and they're kicking dirt in his face. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, guy, like, come on, you know? Now, look, you know, realistically, yeah, okay, it probably is a false equivalency, but, like, you get the idea I'm trying to paint here. It's like, what are you doing? Like, really? Like, you don't have a better way to spend your time? Plus the amount of people that just use cheat engine to, you know, oh, I beat the game, or oh, I gave myself max level gear and I'm level 1. It's like, okay. Like, did you even earn it? Like, look, I've done a level 1 run, right? Like, I've done that before. It's a lot of fun. It's difficult if you don't know what you're doing, but, like, it's a lot of fun. It puts a spin on the game. Like, I think the HP I have right now is the max amount of HP that you get for that entire run, which is kind of crazy. Same with, like, the stamina bar. But it's like, you know, like, that's cool. Like, if you can get through the game at level 1, and it's like, you know, I have all this max level stuff, and you want to do, like, 1 invasion, alright, sure, you know what, do 1, get it out of your system, it's funny, right? Like, man, I'm in the first area of the game, and I just killed you in 1 hit, alright. But, like, I don't think you should be sitting there, you know, like, 8 hours a day, just invading level 1 players. It's like, really? You know? Like, once for novelty, okay, fair. I've done that too, to be honest. Like I have done that. But it's not like I sat there for 5 hours just like, I'm beating level 1 players. This is so fun. You know, like, it was once as a novelty to be like, that's funny. Sorry, guy, you know. But I mean, hey, I mean, whatever, is what it is, you know. Not like I'm gonna stop you or persuade you, right? Come on, baby. Damn, no sword. Man, we've been unlucky, even with all this discovery up. That's crazy. Granted, it is a rare drop. I don't remember the actual percentage on it, but, like, I know it's rare. So, oh well. It's at least getting us levels, which is cool. So we're level 25, which honestly, pretty fair. Pretty darn fair. Yeah, like, we're only 2 humanity off from, like, max discovery. Which, to be fair, I think discovery rate, I want to say it caps out once you hit, I think it's like 5 or 10 humanity. So it's not like you have to have all that much to, you know, make your odds of finding weapons and items as high as it could be. But, like, you know, it's still a fair amount for the beginning of the game. So, you know. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised I, you know, have this much to ramble about while I'm just doing what is essentially busy work in a video game. But I guess that's part of the fun of this series, right? Is that I get to just ramble and talk about, like, whatever garbage like this. Like, it's fun, you know? Here we are playing what's normally a super hard, ultra frustrating game, and it's like, yeah, I'm just shooting the shit. You know, like, it is what it is. Like, for that, I kind of love this game, and that's why I, you know, felt good about playing it like this, is it's like, I know the game well enough. We can just have a good time. I think it'd be fun to do a randomizer of this game, too, because, not only is, like, the speedrunning community pretty active, from what I know, but, the randomizer community is, like, super active of, like, making, you know, randomizers, so it's like, every enemy is random, every item they drop is random, everything you pick up is random, like, there's so much fun that you can do and, you know, still have with this game, it's awesome. Now, I don't know if it works with the remastered version. You might have to get, the Prepare to Die edition. Probably from, I think you can get it from GOG or probably even CD keys. Not totally sure on that. But point is, the speedruns and randomizers usually use the older versions of the game, which, fair enough. But they're super fun, like, from watching other, like, you know, playthroughs like that. Usually, most people can get through this game in, like, 1 sitting, if they know what they're doing. It's like, you know, about 5 hours, give or take. Especially if you get really good stuff early. Because, again, it's like, you can get anything, and it's like, It's so fun. Like, oh, I open this chest up, and oh, suddenly I have an endgame item that you're not supposed to have for several hours. Oh, that's great, you know. Oh, I got a key that lets me go to this place early. Oh, that's cool, you know. So I think a randomizer would be fun to play through eventually, but I figure before we do any of that, we need to actually have, you know, a base playthrough of the game. So, you know, let's do that. Hey, rude. Yeah, I do kind of wish I had a quicker way to kill these guys. You know what? Let's just two-hand the sword. I'm sure that'll work. Oh, that works so much better. Oh my gosh, alright. Here I am overcomplicating things when, nah, just two-hand the sword, son. So much easier. My goodness. See, that's why I love this game, though. Is it's like, I've been farming these dudes for how long? And just now do I think, oh yeah, let me two-hand my weapon and see if that does more damage. And yeah, sure enough. Of course it does. I'm just a dummy for not remembering. Like, it's cool. Alright, come on, baby. Boulder Side Sword. I'm feeling it. Come on, baby. Surely you're gonna give it up for me, aren't you? Maybe if I fight you with the sword. Come on, baby. Alright, well. Bit stingy. Bit stingy, but, is what it is. Hey, at least by the time we're done, we'll have plenty of upgrade materials and have gotten some pretty good levels. So, it's not all bad. And I mean, if you were, you know, not insane like me, and you were, playing the game normally, you would just go to the gargoyles, you'd beat them by now. It'd be cool. Also, I guess that's something I haven't talked about either yet. Whenever you're by a bonfire, you may have noticed a bunch of different people standing by it. Those are other players who are in your player pool that are also standing by the bonfire. It's a really cool feature that you can see other people and what's going on with them. That's why we've been seeing some pretty crazy and funky looking builds going on, which I think is another really cool feature. Occasionally too, and I don't know if we've seen too many of these, but sometimes you can see random ghosts of players, and literally, like Solaire said, those are the echoes of other people playing through the game at the same time, which is really cool. Like, I like that there's like an in-lore reason of why you see that stuff. It's like, oh yeah, time in Lordran is like all screwed up, and there's gaps between it, where sometimes you see other players and ghosts, and you can summon each other. It's just a fun explanation for like, yeah, there's co-op, get over it, you know? I think it's really cool. It's also like, I don't think there's any other game like this that has anything remotely similar. I think the closest you might get is like, I think Dragon's Dogma. I think they have something kind of similar where it's like, you know, you can recruit other people or something. I've never played the game, so I don't actually know. But it's like, what other game has anything like this, right? Like, it's so just different. Come on, fella. Come on, fella. There we go. Thank you for the souls, but, you did not give me your sword. Granted, we did get the rapier earlier. I guess maybe I could show that off, because we have, what, 13 decks? Yeah, I could probably show some other weapons off. Rapier requires 12, has a higher crit rate, which is cool. Same with the S-Stock. I think the S-Stock would actually be better for what we're doing. Still fast roll. Because the S-Stock has these pokes, which are really good. So maybe we'll show this off and see how it does. As you can see, it's also a very long weapon. Which, that is something cool, too, about this game, is that weapon length and size matter. Like, it's super involved. Yeah, look, there's one of the ghosts. He's probably fighting all these little dudes. Not terrible damage. Not terrible. Maybe not the best, but like, we've certainly seen worse. Yep. Otherwise, maybe let's show off the rapier. Sure. Could be fun. It's similar. Alright. Cool. Yeah, luckily we have heavy soul arrow, which makes farming these dudes way easier. I couldn't imagine doing this with unupgraded stuff. Anything? Nothing. Oh well. Eventually we will get the sword I want. The reason, too, that I want the, Baldur's Side sword is because it's just a long sword, but longer and more damaging with the stat that I plan on using. So it's like, well, why wouldn't I go out of my way to get this? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Nice hit. There it is! Awesome! Man, that took a lot longer than I intended. But yeah, it also requires more dex than we have. Whoops. But for reference, it's quite long. It has the same moveset as the one-handed longsword, which is super nice. And I think two-handed? Yeah, it's also basically just the longsword. I think, though, yeah, the two-handed moveset, instead of, like, that weird, like, wide swing, it has this really good poke. Pokes like that in these games are super good. So, that's why I wanted the Baldur's Side sword, or as it's colloquially known, the Baldur's Side swag sword. Ooh, plus we can level up a bunch. Grant, I'm going to save our souls, so that way we can level up our sword here. Hello, Andre. We do need something forged. We're going to reinforce our Baldur's Side sword. Or Baldur's Side sword, not baller. Yeah, if you notice, like, reinforcing stuff, that increased the damage a lot. From 80 to 120. That's a big jump. Now, I could reinforce our armor, but frankly, I don't know how long we're gonna be using this stuff. So, like, I mean, I could for now. Maybe a couple pieces. Get it to +3. Sure. Why not? We actually had exactly enough Titanite, so it's probably worth it. Otherwise, if you noticed, armor only went up to +3 before we could no longer upgrade it, and we couldn't even upgrade the Mask of the Mother. Some things can't be reinforced. So if that's the case, then, well, that's just kind of how it is. So, oh well, I suppose. At this point, do I want more endurance? Yes, I do. I feel like our health is pretty good for right now, so more endurance will be helpful. And otherwise, let's go fight those gargoyles, finally. I know I've been, taking my damn sweet time, but let's do it. Now, notably, and I'm not human, you can summon Solaire for that fight, and it is tempting. Also, by the way, we are now doing so much more damage. An upgraded weapon really makes a difference. It's kind of insane. Like, look at that, 151. It's a big difference. Yeah, while I could summon Solaire, I think I want to try to fight most of the bosses solo. I mean, I do, but I don't, right? You know what? Let's go back down to Firelink. Let's human up, and then let's go get Solaire. The reason I'm going to Firelink specifically is because everything from Firelink up to the top of this elevator isn't in a active player zone. So, like, no matter what, you can't be invaded in Firelink, right? Can't be invaded on that elevator. Once we step off the elevator, then we can be invaded. So going this route will minimize the chance of us being invaded and actually let us get to the boss a lot easier. So I figure may as well. May as well. Oh, but then I have to lose my humanity. You know what? Screw it. That'll be fine. Frankly, the gargoyles do a fair bit of damage, and they can kill you pretty darn quick. But, I would have to pop another humanity, and like, it's just a big waste. I mean, to be fair, we have 6 of them, so like, it wouldn't be a big loss, but Granted, the upgrades we did to our armor probably would help offset that, but it's whatever. I mean, point is, I could just say, oh, I farmed rats for 5 hours, you know? I got my humanity way up because I farmed so many rats. Obviously, we didn't, but, you know, you could have. Out of my way, little guy. We got places to be and bosses to fight. Now, notably, almost all these dudes are going to run up to you here. You can fight them one-on-one if you really want. But, here's a summon sign. Notably, Lautrec. So, let's summon him. This is also kind of why I wanted to show this off, because not only can you get Solaire, you can get Lautrec, too. Now, something to note. For every phantom you summon, it makes the bosses tankier. It literally gives them more health. So while it doesn't increase their damage, it will increase how hard and how long it takes to kill them. So keep that in mind. But I figure, let's show off the friends, shall we? Alright, boys, let's do it. Well, he looks fun. So if you remember the dragon from earlier, this guy also has a very cuttable looking tail. And the game will reward you for cutting his tail. So, let's try to go out of our way to do that, shall we? As you can see, we don't do a whole lot with our sword. And man, he's sitting in a really bad position. Oh my god, they almost just outright killed him. Hey boys, let's not... I kind of forgot how much damage they do. I don't think we're cutting his tail, unfortunately. Well. Oh well. We'll have another chance for that later. Yeah, here's the gimmick of this fight, is that when he gets low, he's supposed to summon another gargoyle. But, our friends, Lautrec and Solaire, handled the first one. My goodness. Hey, we got the helmet, though. That's a rare drop. But, thanks, fellas. Easy 10k. Very nice. Obviously, for beating them, we get to go ring the bell ourselves. So, hey, not so bad. And that's something nice, too, is a lot of boss fights in this game have summons like that. If you're really struggling, usually you can find a summon that'll help you, whether it be, you know, an NPC like Lautrec or Solaire, or other players. So, sometimes calling a friend is all that you need to do. But hey, got to the first bell. Let's give it a ring. I will say, it's a very pretty landscape. Cool. That's one bell down. Down we go. Ooh, look, someone else just rang it. How cool. And on our way back down, we find this goober.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Careem, the Power. Thou art a friend. For thee, a warm welcome. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sin is my domain.
So, first things first, Well, what is it? The most infamous emote in all of the Souls history. So yeah, like he said, you can request absolution, but we've not sinned. Weird, but it's true. We can also abandon our covenant, and he sells several different items. Book of the Guilty, which allows you to see indicted players, and indictments, which allow you to report trespass of invaders. This works with another covenant later in the game, which is really cool. I'd recommend buying the book, buying some Homeward Bones, and eventually buying some indictments. He also has a spell called Karmic Justice, which is 40k. He also has Velka's Talisman, which is a unique talisman that doesn't use faith, but it uses intelligence. This is a weird one that, frankly, nobody really uses because it's kind of really bad. So, yeah. He also sells a couple rings of sacrifice, which are nice, and he also sells the poison bite ring and blood bite ring. Obviously, I can't afford these without, cheating. So, maybe I'll do that real quick.
Thou art welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
What a bastard, I love him. Also, I haven't shown how to emote. So if you press select, you open up the gesture menu. By default, when you open it, it'll be on this middle one. So now that we've learned, well, what is it? Let's slot it. And, well, what is it? Yeah, people fucking hate that emote, and honestly, I understand why. So, for the sake of the argument, let's drop our arrows again. Go over here, and get ready to, commit very good game design. Oh, missed it. Oh, I missed it, and... Oh, come on. Not pressing A quick enough. Oh, pressed it too quick there. There we go. Now let's scroll down to our favorite Soul of an Aimless Soldier. Make sure we hit use selected item. And, yeah, we'll just ignore that. Alright, buddy. We'll buy your blood bite ring, your poison ring, all your rings of sacrifice. I believe he has 10 of them? Yeah. We'll buy Velka's Talisman, Karmic Justice, all 5-year Purging Stones, stock up on Homeward Bones, just because, frankly, they're really nice to have, and indictments. Now, should you buy indictments, he has unique dialogue.
Stocking up on indictments? How honorable of you.
I love that voice line so much. How honorable of you. It's just fun to say. So now, though, as is probably evident, we have way too many souls that we shouldn't have and humanity that we shouldn't have. It's time to ditch these. Oh, hi, fellas. So, while I could level up and use these and hit, you know, some ridiculous level, I'm not going to. First, we'll go back to Andre's bonfire. Just, you know, to get somewhere where I can easily respawn. Oh, hey there, fellows. Poke. Yeah, look at that. One shot. It's insane how good this sword is. It's such a good weapon. Kind of why I wanted to use it. Now, frankly, something I thought that would be fun to do is to try to use this same build throughout several games. Like, I think eventually I want to play through Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, and then probably Elden Ring too, like in the same casual format. And frankly, I thought it might be fun to try to make a build that I could use exactly throughout each of the games. There is an issue. Not all of the games have all of the same pieces of armor or weapons. For instance, this is the only game where the Balderside sword shows up. That's why, honestly, I considered using just a longsword, but I think for other games in the series, I would just instead use whatever sword is equivalent or better to the longsword. Each Dark Souls game does have the longsword, don't get me wrong, It's just, I want to use, you know, what would be best for a spell sword build. So, I don't know. I thought it'd be something fun. Just to try to keep, you know, the same quote-unquote character throughout the 3 games. Could be kind of fun. Anyways, goodbye. Now that we've been stripped of all of our souls and all of our humanity, I think this will be a really good place to call it. After arduous grinding, showing off all the basics, and, you know, getting through basically the entirety of the first area, I think we've seen a lot, for better or worse. Invasions, some online aspects, a whole swath of things. So, thanks for watching, if you watched it all, and, kind of hope you didn't, because frankly, a lot of that was kind of boring. At least the grinding was. Anyways, point is, as always, I've been Brad. Thanks for watching, and, have a good one.